Commission in Antisemitism and Social Relationship is now in session.
Mr. Lancaster, just before you call your first witness this morning, there is something I would like to say, and it concerns the harassment and intimidation to which members of the Jewish community who have given evidence before this commission have been subject. We have received reports from a number of witnesses concerning a dramatic increase in online hate messages after they have given evidence. I should indicate that in one instance the matter has been referred to the Australian Federal Police for investigation. The Commission is keeping a close eye on these instances and recording these offensive social media posts. Quite what this undiluted level of hatred and bigotry directed towards members of the Jewish community is thought to benefit by those who post these remarks is lost on me. But the Commission has as one of its principal objects understanding and assessing the lived experience of anti-Semitism by members of the Jewish community, and it is being informed by conduct of this character. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Lancaster.
Thanks, Commissioner. Before I call the first witness, can I deal with the tender of exhibits from yesterday?
Yes.
A table has been prepared with documents and proposed exhibit numbers, and without going through each one of the approximately 30 documents on that list, could I tender the documents referred to in the list and propose that they be marked with exhibits as appears?
Yes, indeed, Mr. Lancaster. The documents as marked in the exhibit list will be received without the necessity of you and me going through all 30 identification numbers and exhibit numbers. That's efficiency for you, Mr. Lancaster.
Commissioner, I now call witness ABQ,
Yes.
who is in the witness box.
Yes, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do. Yes, thank you. Do take a seat.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Your name and address is known to the Commission, and you're giving evidence under a pseudonym today.
That's
and
correct.
I'm confirming that while you're giving evidence in court and your voice will be heard over the live stream, your face is not visible on the live stream.
Yes.
You are a Superintendent of Police at the New South Wales Police Force.
Yes, I am.
You've held that rank since 2019.
Correct.
You've held the position of Commander of the Eastern Suburbs Police Area Command since May 2022.
Yes.
And the Eastern Suburbs PAC includes the police stations at Waverley, Bondi, Rose Bay and Paddington.
Yes.
And just to be clear, the Commander is the most senior officer of a PAC who is based at one of the stations in the PAC.
Yes, often all four. Not at the same time.
Yes. Now, the first topic of your statement addresses who decided on the allocation of resources and personnel to the Chanukah events in Eastern Suburbs on the 14th of December 2025. That statement is dated 8th of April 2026. And do you confirm the contents of that statement are true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Thanks. Do you have the document ID, Commissioner, is STAT.899.0001.0014, and I tender the statement.
Yes, that document will be received. Do I take it, Mr. Lancaster? That will be Exhibit 2089.
We proposed 2031.
We're going to stop publicly announcing exhibit numbers, Mr. Lancaster. It's hardly likely to instill confidence in the Commission.
Superintendent, if I can return to your evidence. You indicate in your statement that decisions regarding the allocation of police resources to community events occurs locally, that is within Eastern Suburbs PAC.
Yes, that's correct.
And you say those decisions are generally made by the operations inspector.
Yes.
There was one operations inspector in Eastern Suburbs PAC in late 2025, is that right?
Yes.
And that officer's been given the pseudonym Officer ABV.
Yes.
There is a senior leadership team in the Eastern Suburbs PAC, is that right?
Yes, as in every command in the state.
Yes. So how many are involved in the senior leadership team and what are their ranks?
There are 8, led by me as the commander, with 7 inspectors and a unsworn equivalent who is the police area manager. The 8 of those are the senior leadership team.
Yes. And then the balance of the force in the Eastern Suburbs PAC, how many officers are there?
Currently?
Or were there in December 2025?
Oh, about 180.
Spread over those 4 stations?
Mostly in December 2025 stationed at Bondi Police Station, a smaller group at Rose Bay with manning of Paddington Police Station per shift.
See. So at the Bondi Station in December 2025, how many officers were based there?
I would say approximately 140, obviously not at the same time.
Yes.
Detectives, general duties police, some of the other specialist units, domestic violence team.
Thank you. Now the operations inspector reported directly to you.
Yes.
You indicate in your statement that you can intervene in a resourcing decision made by the operations inspector if you think it's not appropriate or if it needs to be adjusted.
Yes.
You also indicate that you rarely intervene in the operations inspector's decisions.
Yes.
Now, you have in your statement referred to the way resources are allocated to community events. Could you just describe what in December 2025 you understood made an event a community event?
So community events in the Eastern Suburbs Command are very regular. Most weekends there is an event of some sort across both local government areas, as in we encompass Waverley LGA and Wallara LGA. With the nature of the command, beachfront and harbour fronts, surf clubs, festivals, from village festivals, Double Bay, Wallara, right through to a significant amount of Jewish religious festivals. Resourcing is allocated based on the environment at the time, being the local crime environment, other events that are happening in the command or in proximity to those events. Importantly, stakeholder consultation, council and event organisers, and then and the nature of the event, such as a music festival or an event that might have alcohol might be managed differently to a community event for a number of hours in a park.
In 2025, how frequent were community events in which the expected or actual participation was around 1,000 people or more?
There was a number of events over 2025 in relation to community vigils and memorials post October 7.
Yes.
Apart from the major events that are across the state, Anzac Day, Remembrance Day, New Year's Eve, Australia Day, there are Without having access to the figures, I would say a couple of dozen.
A couple of dozen.
10 to 20.
For the year.
10 to 20 for the year.
Might have more than 1,000.
Yeah. And for some perspective, sometimes there are events with that amount of attendees or close to, but they might be in premises, so they're dealt with differently.
Yeah. Now, another category of events that has a different decision-making structure for police resourcing is major events, is that right?
Yes.
And what takes an event into the category of a major event?
When it is beyond the capabilities, well, it can be when it's beyond the capabilities of that one police area command. When the event crosses over a number of police area commands, and onward when it crosses over a number of regions, particularly for the metropolitan area, as we are grouped into 3 metropolitan regions. If there is a requirement for a significant overlay of resources, including specialist resources, events that go for a number of days or across a few week period. A good example today is Vivid, is managed as a major event, and resources are seconded in from other areas to support the command where it physically sits.
The evidence appears to indicate that, as you've just mentioned, events that are dealt with as major events are at least, so far as the Eastern Suburbs pack is concerned, events that might be occurring on New Year's Eve, on Australia Day, on Anzac Day, during Mardi Gras and during Jewish High Holy Days. Is that right?
And there's a couple of other festivals, a few other ones that are dealt with locally, but they are quite a large event.
Well, and they're regular, recurring...
Yearly occurrences, yeah.
Like, can you give an example of
Sculptures by the Sea, but it's dealt with locally,
yes.
Because it's really around the Sculptures by the Sea is around traffic management and ensuring that the community is not put out by the number of visitors to the command. So we work closely with council. So whilst that's an internal event, we work closely with council, but we sometimes seek assistance for other staff to support us.
You might seek assistance from the state traffic command in respect of that?
Absolutely, that's the perfect partner, Traffic and Highway Patrol, to assist with traffic management.
So who decides on the characterisation of an event? In other words, who decides whether an event is treated as a major event?
So there are already identified major events, hallmark events by government, such as New Year's Eve and Australia Day and Mardi Gras. Then there are events that are, if we start from the pack up, events where a police area commander, such as myself, would think that I required further assistance for the management of the event. So I would start with my superiors at the region, and then we could also then seek assistance from the major events group, whose role is to plan major events.
So is it right that the Jewish High Holy Days ceremony festivals in September, October are treated as one of those recurring events that is given attention as a major event?
Yes, that's correct.
Hanukkah celebrations have not been in that category in 23, 24, 25?
No.
And so the Hanukkah event fell within, is this right, fell within the category that you described, that if the commander of a pack is aware of a community event, that's assessed by, in this case, you, and if you believe it's a matter for further resources, that's for you to contact the relevant state commands.
I would start with my region commander and his team. If it was just a matter of a few extra resources or resources that he has available to him, and it would be in discussions with him if he believed it needed further escalation or discussion with the major events group.
I see. So in the first instance, it'd be a matter for you to alert the region commander to the event, and then there would be a discussion about it, and a decision would be made about allocation of regional or state-based resources in addition to the local resources.
Yes, it could work the other way as well, where he is privy to something of other events in other commands that I may not be aware of that might impact mine, and he might come to me with a plan and we would discuss.
Now, going back to community events, the risk assessment process for a community event in the first instance is a matter for the operations inspector, is that right?
Yeah, generally speaking, yes.
And is it right that there is no requirement or practice in the Eastern Suburbs Pact to prepare a document recording a risk assessment or a threat assessment for a community event?
There's no requirement in New South Wales Police. For events, there are some mandated areas of policing that do require a risk assessment.
Now, in the Eastern Suburbs Pact, was the operations inspector provided with any document in the nature of a guideline that sets out the considerations to be taken into account when deciding on the allocation of police resources to a community event?
I don't believe a guideline exists.
Is it right that there was no requirement on the operations inspector to coordinate with the counter-terrorism and special tactics command, for example, or to consult with that command in relation to risk assessment or threat assessment for a community event?
Our planning is always considers the environment at the time. From documents we are provided by specialist partners, counter-terrorism, State Intelligence Command, real-time crime, and our local crime environment.
Do you have an expectation as the commander on the operations inspector for him to consult with anyone during the risk assessment process for a community event, or is that largely left to his discretion?
Largely left to his discretion, but risk is something we turn our minds to daily in policing, and particularly in the Eastern Suburbs Command. We are acutely aware of the antisemitism and offences that are being occurred in our command, and in some instances not necessarily occurring in our command, but targeting community members that live in the command. We turn our mind to the risk to community daily. It's spoke about most mornings in our briefings.
Yes. Now, in December 2025, was it the position that the operations inspector of the Eastern Suburbs Pact considered the forthcoming Chanukah celebrations in the area of the Pact, and it was a matter for him who he consulted about the risks and threats that might be involved to those events?
Again, I don't think the planning for the event can be taken in isolation. 8 weeks prior, we had done extensive planning for Jewish High Holy Days, which I was the police commander for. The operations inspector was the operations inspector and part of my incident management team managing the Jewish High Holy Day events. Throughout that process, we have access to numerous threat assessments, vulnerability assessments and documents, including risk assessments. He would have had that in his mind when he was having discussions about the management of the event.
Do you know that from, for example, a conversation with him in December 2025, or are you just attributing that understanding?
I've worked with him very closely for 4 years, and he is a very dedicated and thorough police officer who, if he thought he was lacking information, he would have accessed the source, and if he was worried with anything, he absolutely would have discussed it with me.
I take it from that answer that you don't have a specific recollection of any discussion with him in early December 2025 about risk or threat assessment for the Chanukah celebrations?
Not specifically.
Now, is it the case that you generally would become aware of the operations inspector's decisions in relation to resourcing of community events in the area of the PAC, for example, during 2025 generally?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Was it generally the case that you became aware of the resourcing or the allocation decisions that the operations inspector made for community events, or did that happen out of your visibility, as it were?
It would depend on what else was happening in the command at the time. We talk regularly. His role is what we call an offline inspector. So he works Monday to Friday, or importantly, across a 7-day period. So we can communicate more regularly, where the other inspectors work on a 24/7 shift basis. So there can be days where I don't interact with the inspector that might be on night shift, for example. We obviously do have a lot of communication via email. So we would talk generically about what's happening, what's occurring, where do we need to put our resources, what's happening in consultation with the crime manager in regards to the crime environment, where are our hot-spotted areas for police to be tasked. So it's hard to quantify, but it's an everyday occurrence that we discuss police resourcing. Now,
December 2025 was, I think, the 4th year that you'd been commander of the Eastern Suburbs PAC during Chanukah celebrations?
I've been at the PAC for those, yes, throughout those periods, yes.
Throughout that period, but I think previous Decembers, that is before 2025, you had not attended the events personally because you'd been on leave at the relevant times?
There is an error to that. I have recently become aware that I recalled attending events in 2023.
Oh, I see. Yep.
And that was on the basis that we just new probationary constables started in the command a month ago, and chatting with them I recalled that I'd taken a cohort of probationary constables to the 2023 Double Bay Chanukah event.
Okay, thanks. So correct your statement in that regard. Yeah.
Yes?
Yes. In respect of that 2023 Chanukah celebration, did you go to the beach or the park, or where?
I went to from my vague recollections, I went to the park. It was a weekday, and at Double Bay, and then I vaguely recall passing or attending the beach celebration.
Did you observe that in 2023 the Chanukah celebration at the beach was a large and well-attended event?
I don't recall the specifics.
Do you remember being told about that event by others in the Eastern Suburbs Command?
No. What I can say is it was the same location, similar setup from my recollection.
And that's the case, as you understand it, for 2023 and 2024?
Yeah, again, for some perspective, in 2023 and 2024, post-October 7, and then 2024, post the rise in anti-Semitic crimes in the command, there was an overlay of Operation Shelter that was providing support to the community, including events.
You understood Operation Shelter was engaged both in December 2023 and December 2024 for those Chanukah events at Bondi Beach?
I believe so, yes.
And did you come to the understanding from being told by others in the Police Area Command that those celebrations in 2023 and 2024 were large, well-attended events?
My understanding is that the crowd numbers have been similar for the previous years.
So it didn't surprise you when you became aware in December 2025 that the estimate was about 1,000 people?
Yeah, and that had been the estimate for the previous 2 years.
Yeah. Now, you're aware that CSG, the Community Security Group, had asked for a police presence for a duration of those events in 2023 and 2024. Do you know that?
From what I've heard in evidence that's been given here.
So you didn't previously understand that to have been the case?
I didn't recall it.
Do you know what police resources were actually tasked to those previous year events, starting with 2023? Do you know what was the allocation of police resources at that time?
I know that locally we had police taskings for Eastern Suburbs Command to attend those events. What the shelter overlay is, I couldn't be certain.
So, just taking them one by one, the local Police Area Command taskings for 2023, do you know how many officers or cars that involved?
Well, again, so for in consideration for events for Jewish festivals, whilst we might specifically ask a crew to attend or an inspector to attend, the whole shift is briefed about the events, and there is an expectation. I have a very strong expectation that all police that are available, and when available, will attend the events to engage with the community. It's an opportunity for us to understand how the community is feeling. It's for reassurance. It's for the police officers to chat to the kids, talk to the rabbis and community members, which are opportunities that we don't regularly get when, they are working throughout the week.
Do you know if in 2023 there was a specific tasking of identified police officers to visit the event from time to time?
I couldn't answer that equivocally without referring back to the shift handovers of the time.
I see. And then in the second aspect of 2023 that you referred to was the overlay from Operation Shelter.
Yep.
Are you in a position to describe what that involved?
For the event, no. But what I can say generally is that Operation Shelter was additional police rostered and tasked to the Eastern Suburbs and Eastern Beaches commands, across some other commands of significant Jewish communities, to ensure that community safety and, again, to engage with the community. So there was a highly visible police presence. If I could just go back to my previous answer around Chanukah and October and 2023.
Yes.
Community fear was significant. Community leaders and our local members of parliament were contacting me regularly about what they needed to do to protect themselves. So it was very important that police were out, being visible, walking around shopping centres, walking around areas of significance, particularly on Friday nights and Saturdays when the community is mobile and moving around. There is not an officer in the command that would not say that that is my intent, that they are there to protect the community. And that's the community at large as well, the Jewish community as well, but the Eastern Suburbs community feels the same anxiousness and fear.
So can I go back to the participation by Operation Shelter Police and Resources in 2023? You know that occurred, but you're just not in a position today to describe what it specifically involved. Is that the position?
No, it specifically involved what it involves today, which is an overlay of extra police resources in the command to look after the community. I just could not say
how many officers or...
Yeah, the amount and the type.
Right. And then moving forward to 2024, I think for Chanukah in 2024 you were away on leave, is that right?
Yes, I was overseas.
Did you come to understand what the police resourcing at that event was in 2024?
I believe similar, if again the Operation Shelter was in existence post the serious violent crimes that had been committed, particularly in the eastern suburbs, that had escalated from what we'd been dealing with previously, which was graffiti, anti-Semitic, verbal abuse, online intimidation, had now escalated to the firebombing and attacks on people's homes. So the overlay Operation Shelter, I believe, I might be wrong on the dates, stood back up in December 2024, and there was a significant police investigations that were occurring. A number of those criminal investigations started in eastern suburbs prior to my going on leave, which was the firebombing of Curly Lewis and Lewis's Continental Kitchen. Those events created so much more fear and anxiousness in the community than we'd experienced in the previous 12 months, because now it was local. So I'm aware of what those overlays were, and then on my return in January, I then was involved in quite a lot of coordination, stakeholder coordination and engagement with community around safety.
Yes. But it is your understanding that for Chanukah in 2024, the Operation Shelter overlay was applied for the Chanukah celebration at Bondi Beach?
I believe so. Eastern Suburbs had some staff there as well.
Yes.
And then the shelter patrols.
And in terms of the staff from Eastern Suburbs who were there, that was, as you understand it, mobile tasking as determined by the operations inspector, is that right?
For 2024, we had what we would call a community engagement. We sent our youth officer and part of our crime prevention team and our community car to the event, so they could engage with the kids, recruit if they're lucky, give out. That's the bottom. That's the bottom line. Is we are always recruiting. Is stickers and cardboard police car cutouts, and they get to jump all over the police car.
And so an engagement team, to your understanding, was there at Chanukah 2024 for the duration of the party, or the celebration?
Yes.
Now, moving then forward to December 2025, you became aware that the annual Chanukah celebrations in Eastern Suburbs were to occur again at Dover Heights and at Bondi Beach.
Yes.
And you became aware of that in early December? or before then?
Possibly before,
Yeah.
but late November. And it's in my mind because it occurs regularly, albeit the dates can be a little bit skewed.
Yeah.
So I know December is Chanukah celebrations will be coming up.
And in excuse me, in late 2025, you regarded the Chanukah event at Bondi Beach as a significant community event that was coming up.
Yes.
And did the operations inspector indicate to you that he held the same view?
I'm not sure whether he indicated his view, but we would have discussed Chanukah
As a significant upcoming community event.
as a community event.
Do you have any doubt that he regarded it as a significant community event?
I have no doubt that he regarded it as we regard all events in regards to the Jewish community as significant and requiring our assistance.
Do you agree that the Chanukah event at Bondi was plainly a significant event having regard to its expected size of about 1,000 people and its public location?
I regard any events that are any forward-facing events in relation to the Jewish community as significant.
Superintendent, a little bit earlier you were asked to estimate the number of events within your command in a year at which there were expected to be about 1,000 or more attendees. And I think you said somewhere between 10 and 20. Was that an answer relating to events with that sort of number of attendees held in the open?
Yes, and not necessarily all Jewish events.
Yes, yes. Sorry, Mr. Lancaster.
No, not at all, Commissioner. You decided personally to attend the December 2025 Chanukah celebration at Bondi for the purpose of community engagement.
Yes.
You considered it to be a good opportunity to meet and talk with a large number of members of the local Jewish community.
Yes.
And you spent a little time there quite early in the evening. Is that the position?
Yes. At Chanukah at the beach, yes.
Chanukah at the beach, and then a little later you moved to Dover Heights.
Yes.
And in each instance, were you with an engagement team of the type that you've described, or was it you travelling solo, or how did that work?
Travelling solo, but they were around. So whilst I wasn't moving with anyone,
The engagement people were around.
police officers were around.
Police officers, right?
Yeah.
Did in the lead up to the Chanukah events, both at Dover Heights and at Bondi, did you consider that an aspect of them as significant Jewish events was that they were vulnerable?
Our Jewish community is vulnerable moving around generally.
And so that
Yes.
also applied to these upcoming events in your mind, did it?
Yes, as well as the 15 other events that were listed for that period in my commander.
So in what way did you consider them to be vulnerable?
That they require a police presence at the minimum.
But to address what vulnerability or risk?
To address what we had been dealing with, which was the high level of anti-Semitic behaviour targeted towards the Jewish community.
Now, can I bring up a document on the screen to ask you to look at? It's it's called an escalation model. Its identifier is NSWPF.0001.0006.1323. You recognise this document?
Yes, I do.
Now, this is an escalation model used by New South Wales Police that categorises events according to 3 tiers.
Yes.
This escalation model was well known to you in 2025?
Known to me.
It was known to you? Was it something that the operations inspector, as you understand it, had before him or had been instructed to use?
I don't recall instructing him to use it. He would have had been aware of it and accessed it. He had actually in possibly 2025 worked at the major events group in the planning of major events, so he would be quite cognizant of this. And the scaling is very much what we have been very used to and utilised for a number of years.
Sorry, the scaling, you mean the reference to the tiers?
Yeah. Yeah, and even just taking the tier word out, local level, region level, state level has been a policing.
So that would be a
term.
conventional part of the what you refer to as the weekly conversations about risk assessment.
We may not talk about it daily, but it is in our mind. We know where we need to go if we feel that capacity is beyond our internal resources.
Yes. Now, the Chanukah by the Sea at Bondi Beach was regarded by the Eastern Suburbs Command as a Tier 1 community event, is that right?
Yes.
And you're aware that Officer ABV, the Operations Inspector, held that view?
Yes.
You agreed with that in December 2025?
Yes.
Now, as a result of Chanukah by the Sea being treated as a Tier 1 community event, that meant that the decisions regarding resourcing were made by the Operations Inspector, as you've described in your statement?
Yes.
And in December 2025, you became aware of the Operations Inspector's approach to the tasking for the Chanukah by the Sea?
Yes.
And you say in your statement you agreed with the decisions he made, so you took no steps to intervene with it.
That's correct.
Now, in the tiers, there is a reference to, you'll see on the page on the screen, Tier 1 plus. So it's a Tier 1 event, but there is some region level support for the event.
Yes.
In terms of the way that you've described police resourcing at Chanukah, at Bondi in 2023 and 2024, was that consistent with it being treated as a Tier 2 event or a Tier 1 plus event?
So I guess Operation Shelter sits really it sits as a Tier 3 because it's a state-based operation, albeit it's mostly confined to the Eastern Suburbs Command, the extra resourcing. But the response provided to, from what we've been discussing, the 23 and 24 events, was more like Tier 1 plus, as in some extra resources to support that event. And I'm not aware, and I would expect that Operation Shelter was providing that support to other Chanukah events occurring in other commands as well.
You said you're not aware whether that occurred or not.
I would assume it would have, but I don't have any data for that.
Operation Shelter was, as you've described it, a statewide operation.
Yes.
So that would take it out of Tier 1 plus, wouldn't it, if Tier 1 plus is referring to region level support?
Operation Shelter, possibly 3, coordinated and assisted by the Major Events Group, logistics of various arms, secondment of staff from all over to support the resourcing.
Now, Operation Shelter was not involved at all in December 2025 with Chanukah by the Sea, is that right?
No.
It's not right? I'm sorry, you're agreeing with
No,
me?
I'm agreeing with you, sorry.
Right.
Yeah, sorry. No, it was not involved.
Do you recall addressing in your own mind in December 2025 why Chanukah by the Sea in 2025 was being treated differently in terms of the tiers of the escalation model that you're looking at on the screen?
In my mind, I wasn't considering it being dealt with differently, as in we were managing it locally as we had the previous years. It's just that post-October 7 and December 2024, because of the rise in anti-Semitic crimes, Operation Shelter assisted with an overlay of a visible policing response for community reassurance and safety.
But you knew in the lead up to Chanukah by the Sea in 2025 that Operation Shelter was not providing that overlay at that time.
It didn't exist at that time.
It didn't exist?
I mean, it wasn't. There was no Operation Shelter in December 2025.
In terms of the eastern suburbs or at all?
At all.
Had it been formally disbanded by then?
Not disbanded, it had escalated and reduced or de-escalated as the need. They're probably not questions I can answer appropriately.
I see, but you understood that in December 2025 there were not Operation Shelter resources to call upon for Chanukah by the Sea?
That's right.
Did you raise with the region commander that in 2023 and 2024 there had been that Operation Shelter overlay and that this year, 2025, at Chanukah, things might be different?
Commissioner, I hesitate to do this, but could I raise a matter in the absence of a witness?
Yes. I wonder, Superintendent, can I get you to just step outside for a moment? Yes, Ms. Callan.
Commissioner McKenna was the region commander to which the question has just been referenced. Instructs me there was no Operation Shelter overlay to the Chanukah by the Sea event in December 2024. I need to identify evidence which will bear that out, but I am concerned that this line of questioning may go in a direction which is not only somewhat unfair to the witness, who seems to have a, as I understand it on my instructions, mistaken recollection as to the Operation Shelter overlay having been present in December 2024, but also, if that bears out on my instructions, will not be of any value to you in terms of the evidence. Can I ask, I was very hesitant to interrupt, but it did strike me that there was a dimension of this line of questioning which, if it does not have a factual foundation which is accurate, will not assist the Commission.
All right, Ms. Callan. Mr. Lancaster?
I'm not sure the mistaken apprehension matters, Commissioner, because if the Superintendent had understood that in the two previous years there was that overlay, it was a matter for her to explain why in 2025 she did not raise the fact that this year there would not be one.
Yes.
I understand.
Yes, I think that's so, Ms. Callan.
Yes.
If we can have the witness back. Superintendent, to
to go back and ask perhaps a slightly different question, do you recall in the lead up to Chanukah by the Sea in 2025 raising with the region commander the difference as you understood it between 2025 when there would not be an Operation Shelter overlay for the event compared to previous years as you understood they'd taken place?
No. My recollection, no, I didn't raise it with the region commander. My recollection of the previous years was the extra overlay was because of the spike in anti-Semitic crimes. I didn't see a reason to raise it with him, albeit I briefed him that the event was occurring.
In 2025, it's not the case that you'd noticed a reduction in anti-Semitic incidents and conflict in the area command, is it?
No, we have had a steady increase in anti-Semitic incidences post October 7 and December 2024, but we had a reduction in the serious violent crime that we saw throughout the summer of December 24 and January 25.
Now, can I ask you to have a look at a document that's an email from the Community Security Group, CSG, 28 November 2025. Its ID is NSWPF.001.001.1381. I think it's in your tab 2, Superintendent.
My tab 2, thank you. Did you say 23 October or 20?
I think it's 28 October. 28 November.
Oh, yes, JR2, yes.
Now, you have looked at that email recently,
Yes.
and it's an email sent to you from the Eastern Suburbs Intelligence email address.
It's not sent to me, it's sent to East Sub Ops, which is the operations team.
Okay.
But I believe I received the same email to my personal email address,
I see.
the 28 November one from CSG.
Yes, I think that's right. So the operations email address, that would go to the operations inspector and the officers working with him?
And the team, yes.
Yeah. But as you say, there's a separate email that provided the attached document to you directly?
Yes.
And you remember receiving it?
Yes.
Now, the attachment is part of this same document that you've attached to your statement, and so on the third page, which is _0002, is the Jewish Festival Calendar Notification document for Chanukah 2025.
Yes.
You say in your statement you're familiar with this type of information from CSG, that is the preparation by CSG from time to time of risk or threat assessments and provision to the police?
Calendar notifications, yes.
Yeah.
Regularly for all major Jewish festivals.
Yes. So that would happen at High Holy Days, it would happen before Chanukah, it would happen
Passover,
before Passover.
recently, Sukkot, something last week.
So perhaps 5 or 6 times a year there'd be a calendar notification for Jewish holidays and festivals.
Of this type, yes, but often notifications of events that don't relate to religious festivals.
Yes. These communications were ones that you took seriously as commander of the ESPAC as being from a reputable source and expressing
Yes.
a real concern about upcoming events.
Yes, provides information about the event, the locations, to their best ability, attendees, with an assessment.
Now, can I just draw your attention to some parts of the calendar notification page again? If we go back from the event page. You see in the second paragraph under the heading Hanukkah celebrations, it describes a number of celebrations and services in public places, event spaces and communal sites, and some events are expected to garner thousands of attendees. That was no surprise to you that they were drawing attention to that aspect of the Hanukkah celebrations that were planned?
No, the commentary is very similar to the Jewish High Holy Day documents as well as previous year documents.
Yeah. And you remember reading it in December or late November 2025?
I don't recall when I read it, but I'm very familiar with its content.
It would have been your practice, wouldn't it, to read a document like this coming from a reputable source in respect of a significant portion of the Eastern Suburbs community planning a large number of celebrations?
Yes.
And just to go back to the document, there's a heading, heightened risk. You appreciated in late November, early December 2025, the matters set out in that paragraph. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And then on the second page of the notification, the next page of the email and attachment are set out the events.
That's correct.
And is it fair for the Commissioner to take it that you read and understood those two paragraphs at the top of the calendar in late November or early December 2025?
Yes.
And so you saw the specific request from CSG to seek assistance to ensure community safety?
Yes.
And then in respect of the Eastern Suburbs, as you mentioned, there are a number of different events for the time period that's covered, but that includes Chanukah by the Sea in the middle of the page with anticipated numbers of about 1,000.
Yes.
And that accorded with your understanding of the way the celebrations had occurred the last couple of years as well.
Yes.
Right. Now you have given evidence that sorry, if we can just go back to the previous page before I move on from the document. On the foot of the left-hand column, there's a paragraph that refers to religiously motivated violent extremism continues to pose the greatest religiously motivated threat to Australia, and then a reference to the threat from lone actors.
Yes.
Did you, in late November, early December 2025, agree generally with that?
That's certainly information that was being provided and has been provided for a number of significant festivals.
But did it form part of your understanding of the threat environment at that time?
Yes.
And CSG have referred there to ASIO's annual threat assessment. Was that something that you had also read and had in mind?
Yes, I've been privy to a number of those documents.
Now, you've given evidence of speaking to the Chief Operating Officer of CSG, who's witness ABP, on the 8th of December 2025 at about 11:24 a.m.
Yes, we had a conversation.
You refer to that in your statement?
Yes, we had a conversation.
Yep. Now, ABP called you
Yes, he did.
Do you say you have a recollection of that conversation now?
Yes, vaguely. As is noted in my statement, it was he called to. He was looking for the operations inspector. I believe that might have been, in hindsight, that was the reason for the call. He asked for him. I was with the operations inspector, so I was able to tell him that I will give him a message to contact him. And then he proceeded to discuss a recent what he had been told was an anti-Semitic incident in Westfield's Bondi Junction, and he was following up for the police response and could I assist, or similar.
So can I ask you a couple of questions about that? So you say at the start of the conversation he asked to speak to the operations inspector, as you recollected.
I feel like the reason there was some, courtesies and chatting and how are you and the like. We have a very good relationship with CSG. And then I think I feel like he said that he had either tried to call the operations inspector and he hadn't returned the call. And because I was physically with the inspector, albeit not in speaking distance, I said I'll have him contact you. We then spent most of the call talking about the incident, an incident in Westfields, that I said we will follow up on for him and get him, find him some information.
Did you understand at that time that ABP had both your mobile number and also the operations inspector's mobile number?
Yes, and he would have a number of other senior police officers' mobile numbers in the command and external.
So can you suggest why he would put in a call to your mobile if he was after the operations inspector, if he had his number?
It's why I believe that the operations inspector, he had previously tried to get a hold of him and he hadn't responded.
Was that something you inferred, or was that something that you say he said to you?
My recollection is I believe he was looking for the operations inspector.
Is it possible your recollection's mistaken and that what occurred was that in some point in the conversation you suggested that he call the operations inspector? Is that possible?
No, I believe the reason for the call was he had not had a return call from the operations inspector. And then we started to talk about other events.
So the conversation was about 4 or 5 minutes long?
4, yes.
4. And you say in your statement you didn't discuss, as you recollected, the security arrangements for the Chanukah events with ABP on that call?
Definitely not.
You, I think, are aware that ABP has given evidence that although he doesn't have a specific recollection of the call with you, that he believes it's likely he discussed with you a request that a static police presence be provided at Chanukah.
No, that didn't occur.
Is it possible that was part of the subject matter of the call on that occasion with you?
The majority of the call was taken up discussing information in relation to a crime incident in Westfield. He would not. I would not be the person you would call to talk about resources. It is the operations team, and CSG are very aware of that. Unless they were concerned with the operations inspector's response.
Yes, that's right.
Or any of the inspector's responses.
A possible explanation is he thought he would try to go to the top for this request.
That's a regular occurrence, but generally they have a great working relationship, and they know that I am not in the weeds, so to speak, around resourcing, so the staff, the inspectors would deal with it. Similarly, they wouldn't generally call me for follow-up for events. CSG has a whole number of levels how they interact with the command. My intel team talks to their intel team almost daily. The crime manager, detective inspector, speaks to their operations, speaks to ABP and their intel team about crime and our response to crime, and often CSG are an amazing resource who assists us with access to CCTV. Pre-October 7, we would have went to CSG for help more than they would have come to us. Now they might be coming to us a little bit more than we are to them, but their access to resources solves a lot of crime, particularly in regards to missing persons. They're very helpful. So what I'm trying to say is there are levels, and it's unusual for anyone to come to me for specifics.
Is it right that there were instances, nevertheless, from time to time when you would talk with CSG about allocation of police resources at particular events?
Apart from Jewish High Holy Days, which is a coordinated discussion around resourcing, no, not generally.
Just to ask one final question on this topic. So ABP gave evidence that he thinks what occurred is that he rang you, you discussed, at least in part of the conversation, the Chanukah events coming up on the 14th of December, that during the call you suggested that he call the operations inspector, and then about half an hour later ABP sent an email to the operations inspector to say, let's have a catch-up. Is it possible that that's what occurred from your recollection?
It's possible that part of the conversations he said he was ringing the inspector to talk about Chanukah. I would have absolutely told him I'm with him now. We are at Westfields doing a training exercise, and I'll have him call you. And then I sent the operations inspector a very brief email as a reminder for him to ask what I wanted to talk to him about, which was, please ring ABP to discuss Chanukah.
Is it possible that ABP said to you something to the effect that I want to talk to the operations inspector about a static police presence at the Chanukah events?
Absolutely not, no.
Superintendent, do you recall when you first turned your mind to what memory you had of this conversation on the 8th of December?
On December 14, 2025.
Thank you.
Can I take you to another CSG email, please, Superintendent? It's CSG email of 8 December 2025. It has the identifier NSWPF.001.001.1381. It's tab 3 in your bundle.
Yes.
Now you have addressed this email in your statement as well?
Yes.
And on the 8th of December, this was an email that came to you by what mechanism?
So in the recipients,
Yes.
East Sub MGT, East Sub Management.
Yep.
That is the senior leadership team muddle email.
Okay.
So I'm a part of that, as are all the inspectors.
All your direct report inspectors?
All my direct reports, yes. And a couple of other senior unsworn staff.
Yes. Okay. And you say in your statement you recall receiving and reading at least part of this?
Yes.
Now, the first two paragraphs of the email, after the calling to attention the duty officer of the Eastern Suburbs Pack, you remember reading and understanding that at the time, is that right?
Yes. Yes, it's addressed to them. I know that they will turn their minds to what is being requested.
Yeah. And you see on the first page of the email there's a reference to the event of the Chanukah party at the beach, and that provided consistent information as to time, location and anticipated number of guests to the calendar notification.
Yes.
And you appreciated that at the time? That is on about the 8th of December?
Yes.
And then on the third page of the email, you see there are, after the last of the event details, there's a paragraph that says our events are grouped into two priority categories based on anticipated crowd size, venue type, event duration and confirmed VIP attendance. Do you recall understanding that when you got the email?
No, I don't. I don't know that I got that far into the email. I've certainly read it since December 14. I couldn't confidently say I'd read it prior. I hadn't seen the events grouped like that in any other CSG documents, so this was something new. So I feel that if I had have seen it before December 14, I would have thought that was new. Albeit what they're asking is consistent with what they were asking in other documents.
So, just to take that stage by stage, when you refer to what they were asking was consistent with what they're asking in other documents, you're referring to the fact that there's a specific request for deployment of resources for the entirety event, for 3 events, including Chanukah at the beach.
Whilst that sentence is more specific in the other document, they were asking for police resources for community safety or for police to attend.
Yeah. But you referred to this part of the email as something new, and when did you appreciate that it was new content of that email?
After December 14.
After December 14. And that makes you think that you didn't read and understand it on the 8th or 9th of December?
Whilst I didn't read it, I don't say that anything in it would have changed my thoughts. It was just new commentary to CSG emails that I hadn't seen. It's helpful reading it in that way. But it's just not anything I believe any of my team had seen in regards to CSG correspondence before.
Did it, when you did read that part of the email, did it reflect your understanding in the days leading up to 14 December, namely that CSG was requesting the deployment of resources for the entirety of the event for Chanukah at the beach?
Yes.
Commissioner, is that an appropriate
Yes,
time for a
indeed.
break?
We're going to take the morning adjournment, Superintendent. We will resume at 11:30.
Thanks, Commissioner. Superintendent. One of the other witnesses in the matters referred to a static police presence. Is that an expression that police use in respect of resource allocation?
Sometimes, generally related to, well, in my opinion, traffic operations, accidents. Sometimes, I suppose, in my mind, static is we would like police to attend for a period of time to police the event or patrol the event. So high visibility policing. I think static in its definition is standing still, and that's absolutely what New South Wales Police need to be doing. We need to be moving around, talking to people, surveying the environment of where they are, trying to intervene early or prevent crime, and community reassurance is very important.
If static is used in that non-literal way to refer to police presence, is the shorthand static police presence appropriate to describe police being at a particular event for the whole of the duration of that event?
So static is not a word I would use myself or my team would use. It's not generally a request we get from event organisers or stakeholders to provide a static. Most of our requests are, can we have a policing presence or can we have police? And then we, the team, the senior leadership team, and or I decide what that presence will look like, where they will go, what we will tell them to do, particularly for events, whether it's stadium events or outdoor events or inside events. Police standing still are not monitoring their environment because they only have a very narrow focus.
I'll ask you about some more matters of detail in the lead up to 14 December 2025 in a moment, but could I go to a different topic first, which is the ASIO threat assessments that are issued. Now, there are two I'd like to ask you about. Can I pull up the first one? It's the holiday period 2025-2026 threat assessment. It's ASI.0001.002.006 in its redacted form that's available to be referred to in public. So you see at the foot of this page, it bears the date 2 December 2025.
Yes.
And its title is Holiday Period 2025-2026 Violent Protest and Terrorism Threat Assessment, published by ASIO.
Yes.
Do you recall becoming aware of this document in early December 2025?
Yes, I would have received it.
And what was the mechanism by which you would receive this assessment?
I'm part of a number of email groups. I'm a pioneer police forward commander, which is under the counter-terrorism arrangements. I often receive, so the gateway is from counter-terrorism. ASIO documents generally come from our counter-terrorism command to pioneer commanders. And some documents, and more than likely this one came via Polcoms, which is another muddle, which is the leadership of the New South Wales Police organisation. I think generally Superintendent and above receive them, again, from Counter-Terrorism Command.
Your understanding of the process is that ASIO sends it to Counter-Terrorism Command, and then there's a distribution within New South Wales Police to at least two channels, the Polcoms that you referred to and the Pioneer Commanders.
Yes, yes.
And you would have received it, you think, from both of those channels?
Yes, I don't know if I get them, I get double, or whether it sort of knows and cuts.
Whether the system
I
knows.
received it, yeah.
Right. And then in terms of the way you deal with it upon receipt, is it your practice to forward the ASIO threat assessments to others within the Police Area Command?
Yeah, to the senior leadership team, generally.
Right.
Yeah.
So, all right. And do you know that happened in respect of this particular threat assessment in early December 2025?
I couldn't say. I can't recall.
Yeah. But your understanding of the practice of the Police Area Command is that the Operations Inspector and the other inspectors would have received distribution of this from you after you had received it?
Yes, ideally that would be the process. I just can't recall whether I sent it on. What's contained in the document is, again, very similar to other documents that I have received from Counter-Terrorism Command that I have forwarded on to the SRT, including Jewish High Holy Day assessments, which was still quite relevant for this period of time.
So does that further distribution depend on you literally sitting at a desk and forwarding it, or does it happen by some automated or administrative process?
It's me sending it to them for their knowledge and review, and for them to then digest and discuss with their
Of
teams.
course, yes.
You know, bearing in mind a lot of these things we don't want to overwhelm our first responders with the information, but we want to take out the important information that's relevant to them.
For this particular document, you appreciated that it was from the most reputable sources, ASIO, about the threat environment for the holiday period that was coming up.
Yes. And I might also say I believe the documents go to our intelligence teams as well, and they are the distillers of information to the command generally, where they will take out the important parts.
I see. So one of the other inspectors is an intelligence inspector?
No, the intelligence team, which is a separate team,
it's
a
a separate-
sergeant and some unsworn officers and sworn officers.
I see. Do you have any reason to think that there was any departure from the ordinary practice of you forwarding this email for these types of assessments to the operations inspector for this particular assessment?
It's hard to say. Sometimes there can be 100 emails in a day relating to policing issues.
But
I'm just not sure.
This would stand out among the hundreds, wouldn't it, of ASIO threat assessment for the next few months?
Yes, but the information in it is very contemporary with what we had just managed through Jewish High Holy Days.
In the first bullet point of the document, you say it refers to the national terrorism threat level in Australia as probable.
Yes.
And then the next sentence is the terrorism threat to crowded places and religious events over the 2025 to 26 holiday period reflects the national threat level.
Yes.
So is that something that you understood in early December 2025?
I've understood that for the last 3 years, 4 years in Eastern Suburbs Command, with the rise in anti-Semitism targeting at the community that we police.
And there's no doubt in your mind that the operations inspector had the same understanding?
Yes, absolutely.
Now, can I ask you about a second ASIO document? It was issued in October 2025, just after the Manchester synagogue attack in the UK. It's AGD.0009.0004.0139. You see that on the screen? again in its redacted form that's capable of being shown in public.
Yes.
Now, you see it bears a date at the foot of the page, 3 October 2025,
Yes.
and its title is Manchester Synagogue Terrorist Attack Highlights Enduring Threat to Jewish Interests.
Yes.
And do you remember receiving and reading that in early October 2025?
I have seen an email trail that I was sent the document.
Yes.
At the time, 2nd and 3rd of October, it was Yom Kippur, and we were working in the Police Operations Centre for Jewish High Holy Days. It was all over the news. It was a worldwide event and created quite, as expected, a lot of fear and in the community. Whilst I don't particularly recall at the time reading the document, I was certainly very aware of the incident and its implications for the Eastern Suburbs Command. And more importantly, Jewish High Holy Days at the time.
Yes. And perhaps just to pick up ASIO's language, although it may not have come about from reading ASIO's document, it was certainly your understanding in October 2025 that there was an enduring threat to Jewish interests from terrorist attacks.
There's been an enduring threat to Jewish interests for certainly my period of command at the Eastern Suburbs.
Yes. And you appreciated in October that that was an ongoing threat to
Yes.
Jewish interests in Australia.
Yes.
And then again, with this document, would this type of ASIO threat assessment be part of the same practice that you've referred to of you forwarding it to your senior leadership team?
I don't know that I forwarded it to anyone, as it was sent specifically to me, as in I wasn't part of an email group, and I believe it was sent specifically to me and some other counter-terrorism commanders. I think because I was the police operations commander at the time for Jewish High Holy Days, that was the significance of that timely information as it had just occurred. But I would have discussed it with the team at the time. And again, we were working with CSG in the Police Operations Centre, so it was being discussed and spoken about with them.
And when you refer there to discussing it with the team, you're referring to the Eastern Suburbs PAC team
And CSG Intel team.
and
that
the
works
CSG.
Yep,
Intel
that works
team.
in the Operations Centre when for Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur dates.
And the intelligence division of the PAC, you have no doubt, would have been aware of this threat assessment.
I'm not sure. Although they were working in the police operation, they were part of the team, so yes.
Your expectation is they would have been aware of it.
Yes.
Thanks. Can I take you back to the days up to 14 December? Now, on the 10th of December 2025, you were reminded to submit a weekly report to the region commander. And I'll bring up a document, NSW_PF.0001.003.0243. Should be, I think, tab 5 of your...
Yes.
the bundle. So you said it's an email chain, and just the lower half of the page is the first email in the chain, just the black print text. came in the original email, which is an email from the staff officer of the region commander to, I think, all of the pack commanders saying, please send your weekly in. Yes?
Yes, that's correct.
The weekly report is a brief summary of what's going on in each police area command, prepared by the commanders and sent to the region commander.
Yes.
And usually it's prepared in a standard document template.
Yes.
On this occasion, you sent the weekly report in a brief email by adding in red text, as we can see on the page,
Yes.
the central matters to report.
That was the request, knowing that we were not at our desks, I guess,
Yes,
so to speak.
slightly less formality in the preparation
The
of
staff officer giving us easy a way to do it,
it. Yes. Yeah.
so that they could get a timely response.
Yeah, and that's because you and the other pack commanders and the region commander were at Goulburn at the time of the police academy.
Yes.
Now, there was an entry in the email that was asked as part of this weekly report to identify upcoming public assemblies, and I think you filled that out by, or responded to it by saying no assemblies, but several Chanukah events across the command, between 100 to 1,000, all being managed by local taskings between 14 to 20 December.
Yes, that's correct.
And how did you intend that reference to local taskings? What did you intend that to convey?
My intention is that conveyed to the commander that we were across, the region commander, we were across the individual incidents, individual events, and that I would have a appropriate response for each, which sort of denotes 100 to 1,000 in that.
Thank you. And then later that afternoon, because you're all in Goulburn, you had a meeting with the other pack commanders and the region commander.
Yes.
And is it right that each of the commanders ran through what was coming up in terms of the weekly reports that each put in and discussed with everyone present?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. And do you remember what you said about the Chanukah events at that meeting?
I think it was quite a informal and brief meeting because it was only for a short period of time. We'd spent part of the time travelling to Goulburn that morning, then meeting our new probationary constables, and the region commander called us together just really for a quick chat, and we were reporting on matters of significance or matters that he thought he should be aware of. So I think some commanders didn't have a lot to say. I had the most important thing for me was that it was conveyed to him what I'd said in the earlier response, that Chanukah was on across the weekend.
Yep.
And knowing that he will know that Chanukah is across a number of his commands, not only mine.
Yes. Chanukah leapt to your mind in the weekly report as an important or a significant community event that was coming up that you thought the region commander should know about.
Yes, I report on most Jewish events or festivals in the weekly report.
And the region commander asked you for a briefing note on those Chanukah events?
Yes.
Did the region commander say to you why he wanted a briefing note?
I can't recall exactly, but a request for a briefing note is usually so he can brief the police executive about what's occurring. So it's a document of more detail.
So you don't remember any explanation at that meeting as to why you were being asked to prepare a briefing note?
It doesn't require explanation.
I suppose that's not the done thing, Superintendent.
No, well, when we're asked for a briefing note, it's because exactly that. The information that I'm providing him and his staff officer is limited, so a briefing note gives more information. And if I use the example, he would not have been privy to the list of events until he got the briefing note.
Yes. Now, is it something you regarded as unusual to receive a specific request for a briefing note from the Region Commander for a community event?
Not for a Jewish community event, and or incidents relating to the Jewish community or related to community groups. Briefing notes are quite common.
In 2025, had you been asked for a briefing note from the Region Commander for other Jewish community events?
Possibly not events, incidences, crimes, definitely. If I go back to early 2025 with the rise in anti-Semitic incidences, to ensure that we were, investigating those properly. And it's an ability for him to brief the senior executive on. It's a point in time document, like where we're at that time. Yes, I would have. We've done our share of briefing notes.
Yeah. Putting aside briefing notes for anti-Semitic incidents and criminal activity, had there been any other occasion in 2025 when a briefing note was requested in respect of a community event that was coming up?
One that Jewish High Holy Days, a briefing note is completed. Actually, I think it's called something different, an executive briefing, which is done by the Major Events Group.
Yep. But that's not something you prepare?
No. Possibly not a festival, but another possibly a Jewish event of interest. I may have provided a briefing note which could relate to dignitary attendance or police support.
So you don't have a particular recollection of a briefing note for 2025 on any other Jewish community or indeed non-Jewish community event being the subject of a briefing note at a request to you?
I can't recall. It's possible.
If it hadn't otherwise happened in 2025, it's fair to describe it as an unusual occurrence, the request for a specific briefing note on a community event that was coming up. Do you agree with that?
No, I think in the environment at the time, well, you've just jogged my memory, protest activity. So related to anti-Semitic events in the command, we have provided briefing notes to the region commander, again around what our response is. So post October 23, briefing notes related to protest activity, or and if they're usually the types of things that require a briefing note because it's around making sure that we, the region commander has all the information that we have at the time. And so there were a number of pre-October 7, I know the question was 2025, but pre-October 7 we completed a number of briefing notes relating to the Russia and Ukraine protest conflicts. I have a lot of consulates in the area, so often there is things that occur that requires a briefing note.
Is it fair to say that over the years 23, 24, 25, it was only a rare occasion, if at all, that there'd been any other specific request for a briefing note from the Region Commander for you to give to the Region Commander about the upcoming community event.
No, I wouldn't. I disagree.
Wouldn't say that.
I could, yeah.
You asked the Operations Inspector of the Eastern Suburbs Pack to prepare a draft of the briefing note for you?
To prepare the briefing note for me, yes.
To prepare the briefing note for
Yes.
you? And you reviewed a draft, and
Yes.
you made a suggestion for an amendment in one part of the draft, didn't you?
Yes.
And we can go to the email, but your observation to the Operations Inspector was to this effect: can you highlight for the bigger events, Commander and DO, HVP car crew, Waverley crew to be tasked will be in attendance, Dudley Page, Double Bay, and the other one over 1,000. So you were drawing attention to what you wanted the Operations Inspector to include in the briefing note.
Yes.
DO was a reference to Duty Officer or Command Inspector,
Yes.
and HVP was a reference to High Visibility Policing,
Yes.
and the Waverley crew was, of course, a reference to the extra car that's attached to Waverley Police Station.
I'm sorry?
The car that's attached to Waverley Police Station. Is that
No,
right?
it's a car that is an additional car attached to Bondi as part of first response, made up of the two officers that would be on the front counter of Waverley if it wasn't under renovation.
And when you referred in your suggestion to the other one over 1,000, you were referring to the Chanukah by the Sea celebration.
Yes.
Now, did you intend your email? I can bring it up. It's probably fairer if I do NSWPF.001.001.1381. It's tab 8 of your volume. You may have it.
Yes, I have it.
You see your email halfway down that page with some of the text that I've just read out.
Yes.
Did you intend by this email to give something in the nature of an instruction to the Operations Inspector as to how the event should be tasked? That is, the Commander and the Command Inspector should attend along with a car crew, that is with two officers?
My intent in the email, as it's written, was to allocation of tasking or allocation of staff was silent in the draft, and that would be a key part of what the Region Commander would be looking for.
Yeah.
So my intent was to ensure that it was in the briefing note, as well as that was our intent. That is my intent for the taskings.
Yeah. And then in the briefing note, in its form that was sent, I think that's reproduced page underscored 0035 in this email. It's in the same tab.
Yeah.
And what you've put in the briefing note was some text on the first page that I'll come back to, and then the second and third page had an event calendar.
Yes.
That may well have been copied and pasted from CSG's document.
Highly likely.
And then going back to the text on the first page, there's a third paragraph that begins below as a list of Chanukah events. You see that?
Yes.
And then your briefing note refers to the three large events for Chanukah that were coming up. Dover Heights, approximately 1,300 attendees. Double Bay, approximately 3,000 attendees. And Bondi Beach, approximately 1,000 attendees.
Yes.
And then you refer to, the briefing note refers to the Eastern Suburbs PAC Commander, Command Inspector, and additional HVB teams will be in attendance to provide oversight, maintain a strong visible presence and ensure public safety.
Yes.
So that reflected the notes that you'd given to the Operations Inspector about the content of the note. Now, you in the next tab in your document bundle, there's an email _ 0038, its final numbers. And there are in the middle of the page is an email recorded from you to the Region Commander's Staff Officer.
Yes.
And so you sent that through at 11 December 2025 at about lunchtime. And
Yes.
did you ever receive a response to that email?
That email had the attached briefing note.
Yes, it
with
did.
it.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry.
So you sent the finalised briefing note on
Yeah.
the 11th of December at 1:19 p.m.
Yeah.
And that went to the Staff Officer of the Region Commander.
Yes.
And my question is, did you ever receive any response to that email?
I don't believe so, nor would I have expected one.
Right.
Oh, you know what? I actually could have got a thank you, which is what the
You could
staff
have.
officer was often did. Thank you, ma'am. Actually, would have been what it would have said.
Okay.
But I can't recall.
I don't think you've attached an email with a thank you, ma'am.
No.
So sitting here today, you don't recall any response by email?
No, I'm only reflecting on what was common practice for the staff officer. I don't recall the email.
Was there any phone call or other communication from the Staff Officer or the Region Commander about the briefing note that you recall?
No, but at the time it was sent, the Region Commander and I were still in Goulburn at a Commanders Forum. And no, don't recall. I don't believe there was any further discussion.
Now, you say in your statement that you took the absence of a reply to your email to indicate a level of comfort or endorsement with what was said in the briefing note. Remember saying that in your statement? Paragraph 57.
Not right now. I don't.
I.
Yes, did not make any comment or raise any concern.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, if you hadn't heard from either the Region Commander or the Staff Officer in reply to your email, you didn't, on 11 December, know whether or not it had been received and read and understood. Is that the position?
No, well, no, my position is I believe it would have been read and understood. I'd already told him verbally. I'd already put those couple of things. He's aware of the events generally across the commands. Other commanders mentioned it in our discussions. It's not usual to receive a response, whether verbally or written, on the production of a briefing note unless we have made an error or request for further information.
No, Superintendent, I understand your approach. I'm not being critical, but for your own part, you don't know from anything that the staff officer or the region commander said to you that that had been received and read and considered.
No,
You agree with me?
I agree with that.
Now, on the evening of 11 December 2025, that is later that day after you'd provided the briefing note, you were copied in on an email that the operations inspector sent to the command inspectors who were rostered on for 14 December. I'll bring up that email. It's NSW_PF.001.001.1381@0039. And it'll be on the screen, I think, rather than in your
I don't think I have it in my phone.
folder.
Yes.
So if it could be just magnified in the centre of the page, please. So you see the operations inspector wrote to the command inspectors, is that right? Those that were rostered on for 14 December?
Yes, the day shift and the night shift command inspectors, and CC'd myself and the crime manager at the time.
Yes, thank you. Then there's a reference to the Bondi and the Dudley Page events and the expected numbers, and then the operations inspector said to them, please take a car crew or two with you and provide a HVP presence. No need to stay the entire duration, but your presence will ensure the community feels safe.
Yes.
And you understood that to reflect not only the decision about allocation of police resources that the operations inspector had made, but you were comfortable with that resourcing allocation. Is that right?
I was comfortable with the planning as it had been discussed in the briefing note. Commander, inspector and HVP crew, and similar to what this says here, take a car crew or two. In regards to the no stay for the entire duration, I believe that is meant for the inspectors, that there was no need for them to stay for the duration, as they are in charge of the shift. But my expectation and intent was that police would be at the events for the duration.
I see. Did you, in the lead up to 14 December, say that you made it clear to the operations inspector that your intent was that there would be police at the Bondi event for the duration of the Bondi event?
I didn't, but he knows me well enough to know that my expectations are, I was attending, that they would be there for the duration of the event, as had been requested.
I know this is a question where I'm asking you to attribute meaning to an email that's not yours, but what the operations inspector said was to the command inspectors, no need to stay the entire duration, but the sentence immediately before that refers to the car crew or two. In other words, the officers who are actually attending. In its ordinary meaning, doesn't this email suggest to the command inspectors that there was no need for the car crews to stay there for the entire event?
No, I knowing the command inspector, knowing all my senior leadership team, them knowing my expectations, I believe it's poorly worded. It was that a car crew or two and provide a high visibility presence, perhaps new paragraph, or the wording isn't great. No need to stay for the duration is aimed at the two inspectors who were the recipients, as they have lots of things that they need to do.
Did you appreciate on or about 11 December when you received your copy of this email that it was unclear or that it had wording that could be improved?
I appreciated it after December 14.
I see. Do you know whether it was understood by the command inspectors in the way that you've described?
I know what was understood by the command inspectors is that the day shift command inspector had conducted patrols of the events in the early afternoon, and our police had been tasked similarly for patrols. I know that the night shift inspector briefed the shifts that came on with similar, and they attended the events.
And they were briefed on the basis that they were to be mobile taskings, as you understood it? In other words, there from time to time during the event?
I don't agree with mobile being time to time. Mobile, on foot, at the event. Moving around, talking to people.
Do you say you became aware of an instruction to the police officers who were actually going to attend the 14 December event that they were to be there for the duration of the event?
I'm not aware of an instruction.
You're not aware?
Not an instruction, but I'm aware of the shift handovers that talk about the events. I'm aware that the whole leadership team was aware of the events. I'm aware that for 4 years under my command, the importance of community safety, particularly for the Jewish community, is a key priority for me.
Yes. Is it right that from your own knowledge you don't know how the two command inspectors understood this email?
It's an email between peers, and there are dozens of them every day in policing. The two inspectors were relieving inspectors. I believe that the operations inspector was giving them some advice so that they were aware that whilst we wanted a highly visible police present at these events, if they needed to leave, they could. But as I talk to them about all the time, our presence is key to ensure the community is safe.
Do you acknowledge the possibility that the two command inspectors who received this email might have understood the email to be the operations inspector saying there's no need for the police car crew and the police to stay there for the entire duration of the event?
No, I don't believe that's the case, as police were tasked and were there at the event.
That's not based on anything the two command inspectors have said to you? Is that right?
I've had discussions broadly around the briefing of the police. But that's pretty much to the extent.
Right. Thanks, Superintendent. Now just pardon me for a moment. Can I indicate to you that I think, as you know, Assistant Commissioner McKenna has provided a statement to the Royal Commission?
Yes.
So are you okay to proceed?
Yeah, no, yes, sorry. Yes, I do know Mr McKenna has provided some.
And he has explained that future Hanukkah events involving large numbers of attendees will likely be categorised as at least Tier 2 in that escalation model that I took you to a little earlier. Do you understand that?
I would expect that would be the case,
Yeah.
definitely.
At the time in December 2025, do you remember giving any conscious thought to whether a different tier was the appropriate way to treat the Chanukah at the beach event in terms of the escalation model that police apply?
No, I did not.
Did you have any conversation with the operations inspector about, along the lines of you suggesting to him that he consider whether some other tier is appropriate or not?
No, and as I say, that we don't really talk in tiers,
I see.
but I didn't have that conversation.
Do you accept the proposition that treating the Chanukah Bondi event as a Tier 1 community event gave it a categorisation that was obviously too low?
No, because we treated the event based on the information we had at the time, that it was a local community event, and we were dealing with community fear and anti-Semitic incidences. I had no specific intelligence of a direct threat to the Chanukah event.
I don't doubt that for a moment, Superintendent. Nevertheless, in early December 2025, you understood, as ASIO had said, that the terrorism threat to crowded places and religious events over the 2025-26 holiday period was probable. Yes?
Yes, and had been.
And this was an event of some 1,000 people in a public place at Bondi. And I suggest to you that allocating it or treating it as a Tier 1 community event significantly understated the risk associated with the event occurring. Do you agree with that?
The event was planned with the information available to us at the time, and we allocated resources that I believed at the time were appropriate.
In hindsight, do you accept it was a mistake to treat this event as a Tier 1 community event?
No, I don't accept that it was a mistake, but in hindsight, knowing what I now know, absolutely events of this nature should be dealt with similar to Jewish high holy days.
In other words, Tier 2 or probably Tier 3 is a more appropriate category.
I think, knowing what I know across all the festivals, I think there's probably an opportunity, and it won't be my decision, but Tier 1 plus 2 and 3, depending on location, people, I think that there's probably a collective of options available to us for the future, as is currently being managed by Operation Shelter.
Now, can I ask, when officers from the Eastern Suburbs PAC are assigned for taskings at a community event, do they have access to long arms for that
No,
purpose?
we don't.
Was it open to you as the commander of a PAC to allocate police with long arms to a community event, or was that
No, it's
not
not.
something that would never happen?
It's not open to me. I can make requests through a number of levels.
And by that, you're indicating that it requires the participation of a region or state level command to provide officers with long arms to an event, is that right?
No,
No?
not. It requires approvals of senior officers, deputy commissioner level, but long-armed police, so public order and riot squad, have a capability to patrol with long arms and respond under an active armed offender threat. And post December 14, to the best of my knowledge, is police with long arms are being approved for some major events.
Yes, but in the period in late 2025, it's the case, isn't it, that long arms could only be deployed at a public event in the community through the Public Order and Riot Squad or the Tactical Operations Unit. Is that your understanding?
Yes, and current today until the Armed Response Command is
and that
set up.
would depend on a decision by either the Commissioner or Deputy Commissioner in that respect. Is that right?
And possibly others, I'm just not sure. But certainly Senior Executive of New South Wales Police.
Now, can I confirm the Commission's understanding that Strike Force Pearl was not involved in any of the security arrangements or planning for the Hanukkah by the Sea event in 2025?
Strike Force Pearl was an investigative response to anti-Semitic incidences 12 months prior. No.
So it was not involved in Hanukkah
No.
2025?
No. Well, some of my police were attached to Strike Force Pearl, so they may have been working, but I don't know. As in, I absolutely not Strike Force Pearl. It had nothing to do with Hanukkah 2025.
And to confirm, Operation Shelter was not involved in the security arrangements or planning for Hanukkah by the Sea in 2025.
No.
Your previous evidence was that it had been de-escalated by then to a point where it was not available. Is that right? Excuse me.
Yes, correct.
Now, Deputy Commissioner Hudson has provided a statement to the Commission, and he will be giving evidence tomorrow, but in his statement he indicates that Strike Force Pearl was focused on high visibility taskings, working closely with a centralised group of intelligence officers and analysts. Can I ask for your view? Wouldn't it have been appropriate and helpful for each of the two large gatherings for Hanukkah on 14 December 2025 to have had that type of assistance?
The Strike Force Pearl did not exist in
Strike Force
2025.
Pearl?
Strike Force Pearl was, to the best of my knowledge, was an investigative response, not a
to something that-
proactive. Yeah. Whilst they might have had proactive investigative taskings,
I see.
they're not high visibility police taskings.
I see. And you referred to the incidents in 2024 to which Strike Force Pearl was responding.
Yeah, a detective's criminal investigation response.
Now, Operation Shelter has been described by Assistant Commissioner McKenna as an operation to handle high-risk events through coordinating intelligence gathering, increasing high-visibility patrols, and close monitoring of potential threats, particularly around crowded public places. Wouldn't that operation have been appropriate and helpful for the large gatherings for Hanukkah 2025 at Bondi and Dover Heights?
It didn't exist, as in there was no Operation Shelter in that time period.
No, but wouldn't those kinds of resources been appropriate in hindsight to have been applied to Hanukkah 2025?
Today, absolutely, Operation Shelter would be of assistance to those type of events.
Now, you have referred to the intelligence and planning and assessment of Jewish high holy days and the policing resources applied to that in your evidence today.
Yes.
Can you explain the role of the major events group on the one hand and the counter-terrorism command on the other hand in the planning for that operation? Or are you not the appropriate person to ask?
Vaguely. The major events group coordinates logistics and staffing, and they're a planning team. It's a state-based level event. As I explained earlier, it's about resource allocation, specialist resource allocation, as in traffic and highway patrol, police. It's across three, possibly regional boundaries. In regards to counter-terrorism command, they provide assessments to the major events group.
McKenna may be well placed to amplify on that answer.
Yes, I'll return to that topic or ask you any more questions about that, Superintendent. On 14 December itself, you attended Chanukah by the Sea yourself between about 5:30 and 6 o'clock.
Yes, I did.
Yes. And were there other officers there at that time that you visited, or were you there by yourself?
I don't recall. I know the day shift inspector had been passed, but when I was there, I was just talking to community members.
You're now aware that 4 officers from your command were there at the time the shooting started?
I am absolutely aware.
But by the time the shooting started, you had gone up the road to the Chanukah in the Park event.
Yes.
Now, in your statement, you can I take you to paragraph 57 of it, because there you've set out some factors and considerations that you have indicated that you consider justify the allocation of police resources in December 2025 in the way that they were allocated. Is that a fair description of the purpose of paragraph 57?
Yes.
You don't put this list of factors forward as your recollection of any actual consideration you gave to the matter in December 2025, is that right?
I put that consideration forward for all decisions I make in the command generally. It's based on my knowledge and experience, information that I have. Sorry, is that what the question was?
Not quite, Superintendent. I'm sorry if I wasn't clear. What I meant to ask you was, this is a list of factors and considerations over a couple of pages of your statement in which you explain why you think the allocation that was made was appropriate at the time.
Yes.
What I'm suggesting to you is that was something that you did in April this year to set out everything that you can now bring to mind that justifies that decision being made. Is that right?
I'll go back to my original response. That is my everyday consideration in one way or another in regards to policing. Yes, that's my statement of April, but that is what I and the leadership team turn our minds to constantly.
In terms of allocation of police resources in December 2025, you're saying you have a recollection when you made your statement and now that you went through in your own mind a list of factors like that. Is that what your evidence is?
We are always assessing risk in our minds for allocation of resources and looking after our police with those allocations and community.
I have no doubt about that at all, Superintendent. I'm just suggesting to you that paragraph 57 is your more recent construction of the list of factors that you think bear on the topic to justify why the police allocation in December 25 was appropriate. Is that a fair way to understand your statement?
I'm not sure I agree.
Well, perhaps I can come at it from this way. You didn't make any written record of a decision or a risk assessment about police resource allocation in December 2025?
I didn't, as I've discussed in my statement. Those decisions were made by the Operations Inspector, which I supported. And again, we assess risk regarding the allocation of resources constantly,
Yes. Yeah.
based on our experience and knowledge.
I think you've agreed the Operations Inspector didn't, so far as you're aware, produce any either written risk assessment or written record of considerations about risk in making the decisions for Chanukah 2025. Is that right?
No, but again, we assess risk in our minds all the time.
Yes. And you didn't make any note or record or send any email about your satisfaction in December 2025 with the way that the Operations Inspector was approaching the matter. Is that right?
No, but if I was unsatisfied, he would have known.
Yes, indeed. So to return to the question I asked, paragraph 57 is your doing the best you can in April 2026 when you made your statement. These are the reasons that you now think justified the decision that was made in December 2025. Is that right?
I think this supports the decisions that he made.
Yes. Now, one of the factors you've referred to, 57D, is historical practice, including police resources in earlier years. You see that?
Yes.
And you say in your statement in paragraph 22, in your 4 years as a commander since 2022, no dedicated police response assigned to attend for the duration of each of the major Chanukah events in the pack. You see that?
Yes.
Can the Commissioner take it that you've corrected that statement in your evidence today, in the sense that you understood that there would be police in attendance for the whole duration in 2025?
Sorry, what am I correcting?
Or
I agree.
did you not say earlier today that you, for your part, you had understood that your subordinate officers would know you well enough to know that you intended for there to be police present for the entirety of the duration of the event? Am I fairly
Yes.
describing what you said?
Yes, sorry, I just had to read the paragraph.
Yes.
Yes, I agree.
So is paragraph 22 need to be qualified in that respect?
Well, I think it needs to be qualified that we had, similar to 2025, police were allocated taskings to those events, and to my understanding, they attended.
Now, your understanding is that in each of 2023 and 2024, there was an Operation Shelter overlay, as you referred to it. Is that right?
There was some additional police taskings,
Yep.
I believe.
Provided through...
I'm assuming shelter, but there were other police who were tasked with patrolling. Again, back to the whole October 7, lots of extra police in the command to support the community.
Yes, but so when you refer to extra police in that answer, you're referring to police not attached to the Eastern Suburbs Pact, but associated with Operation Shelter. Is that right?
Yeah, or another Central Metropolitan Region unit, or possibly my own police working on Operation Shelter, which is common as well.
So in terms of this consideration in 57D, isn't it the case that historical practice was being departed from in 2025 because, on your understanding, because for the first time for 3 years there wasn't to be an overlay of any region or state command like Operation Shelter?
My statement is referencing Eastern Suburbs Police Command's resourcing for the events.
Right, I see. And just separately from your statement then, separately from that paragraph I took you to, do you agree that 2025 differed from the historical practice as you understood it for 2023 and 2024, because in those years, again, as you understood it, there were police resources from outside the Eastern Suburbs Pact that were deployed for the Chanukah events?
Yes, due to the increased levels of anti-Semitism being seen in the command at the time.
Yeah, but that had changed in 25, on your understanding.
The violent offences had reduced after Operation Pearl, but anti-Semitic incidences continue.
The consideration you refer to in 57E is the threat environment.
Yes.
The 2 December ASIO holiday threat assessment was understood by you to very clearly identify a specific risk to religious events in terms of their susceptibility to a threat of terrorism over the 25-26 holiday period. Is that right?
Yes.
And was it your understanding in early December 2025 that the threat of terrorism to religious events over that holiday period were probable? Did you accept that?
Yes.
In paragraph 57 at subparagraphs H and N and O, you refer to requests from CSG.
Yes.
See that?
Yes.
In 2025, in early December, you appreciated, didn't you, that CSG had, like they had in previous years, expressed a high level of concern about the events and requested policing to ensure the safety of the community?
Yes, it was consistent with their request.
Then in 57L, you refer to event management for Jewish high holy days. You refer to them happening without major issue. You see that?
Yes.
The Jewish high holidays in 2025 had applied to it very significantly different planning and police resourcing, to your understanding. Is that right?
The Jewish High Holy Day resourcing is for a number of reasons. That differs to Chanukah, and it's around traffic and pedestrian management while large groups of people are moving throughout the community to and from synagogue. Whilst the planning is significant, the police resourcing is spread across quite a large footprint.
In terms of the way you've expressed paragraph L in 57, do you accept that it's difficult to infer from the fact that Jewish high holy days had occurred without a major issue, that Hanukkah celebrations might happen without a major issue, given the very large differences in planning and resources for the two events?
No, what I'm inferring to in paragraph L is that there had been no reported incidents of anti-Semitic crime
I see.
throughout the period, and there was nothing throughout that period that needed me, apart from the Manchester information coming in. Locally, we had not seen any rises in anti-Semitic crimes. That's my reference to that, realistically.
You referred to the Manchester Synagogue ASIO threat assessment. Or perhaps you didn't refer to the assessment, I'm sorry, but you referred to the event which brought home to you the enduring threat to Jewish interests in Australia. Was that right, in the second half of 2025?
Yes.
In hindsight, was the operations inspector, in your view, wrong not to suggest to you that there be an approach to the region commander for further resources for Hanukkah 2025?
No, I don't agree with that. The operations inspector is as competent and knowledgeable as I am in this planning and response area. Even before, I think for perspective, whilst there were 4 police that attended the event as requested, the whole shift was briefed to attend the events, which was another overlay of police. I think his planning was sound based on the fact that there was no direct threat to the event.
In retrospect, in terms of your own decision making in December 2025, do you consider that you should have taken a different approach to planning by categorising it and dealing with it as a community of, not as a tier 1 community event, but as something that required regional or state level resources as well as your local PAC resources?
I think in retrospect, knowing what I now know, absolutely Hanukkah should, for the future, be managed as I suggest Jewish High Holy Days is, because it is a good model that can be applied to Jewish festivals. But again, we applied the resources that we believed appropriate at the time.
Thanks, Superintendent. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Superintendent, within your area command, Hanukkah by the Beach was one of 2 Hanukkah events.
On that day?
Yes. And both of them were outdoor events
Yes.
that could broadly be said to be at iconic places.
Yes.
And of the 2 events, the Hanukkah at Dover Beach was expected to be larger.
Yes, and I believe that some dignitaries were attending that as well. And when I say a larger commissioner, only by a few hundred.
Yes. Yes. Now, any questions from the Commonwealth?
No questions, Commissioner.
Mr. Zwire?
No, Commissioner.
Ms. Callan?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Superintendent, earlier in your evidence you indicated an estimate of approximately 10 to 20 community events within the Eastern Suburbs Police Area Command within a year, attended by or expected to have the attendance of more than 1,000 people or approximately 1,000 people. Is that, you recall giving that evidence?
Yes, I do.
And in response to a question from the Royal Commissioner, you later clarified that your estimate of 10 to 20, you were talking about events with that number of attendees attending in an open setting?
Yes.
All right. In relation to this Hanukkah by the Sea event, one of the points you reference at paragraph 57 at paragraph 57B is the expected number of people attending had traditionally been across the length of the event, not all at once, but with a peak number attending towards the end, culminating in the lighting of the menorah.
Yes.
Just to be clear, when you give that estimate of 10 to 20 events attended by more than 1,000 people, are you talking about similar style of events where the attendance of 1,000 people might be spread out across the duration?
Yes, and that would be a good example would be area festival, Wallara Festival, Double Bay Festival.
In answer to some questions asked of you by Council Assisting about whether you raised with the region commander the fact that there would not be an operation shelter overlay in respect of the Hanukkah by the Sea event in December 2025. Your answer included that you did not feel the need to raise it, but you did brief him that the event was occurring.
Yes.
In giving that answer as to your brief, that you did brief the regional commander, are you there referring to the briefing note you were also asked questions about?
Yes, what I verbally spoke to him about, and then my response to his request for a briefing note.
Okay. You were asked a number of questions about your recollection of a conversation with the witness known as ABP on 8 December 2025. And you recall he commenced in his role with CSG in about August of 2025. Had you met him or spoken to him prior to the 8th of December 2025?
Yes, a couple of times. Shortly after he commenced, I was introduced to him as the new COO of the group, and we had a coffee and a catch up, and then probably a couple of times through the Jewish High Holy Day period, and then between Jewish and High Holy Days, I believe the next contact was the phone call.
Okay, so just be clear, when you're talking about the contact that you had with him during the Jewish High Holy Day period, are you talking there about a period of days in October 2025?
Yes.
And you say your best recollection, the next contact was the phone call. There, do you mean the phone call on the 8th of December 2025?
From my memory, yes.
Okay. And in immediately after morning tea, you were asked about the term static police presence. Has that term ever, to your knowledge, been used with you by anyone from CSG?
It not to my recollection, pre-December 14, but I know post that, and whilst it is often talked about in regards to Operation Shelter taskings.
What do you mean by that?
That there are static taskings for places of interest within the community.
In answering your some questions on this topic, what the transcript records you as saying, you were asked, static police presence, is that an expression that police use in respect of resource allocation? And what the transcript records in your answer is that you said sometimes, generally related to, well, in my opinion, traffic operations, accidents. You then say, sometimes, I suppose, in my mind, static is, we would like police to attend for a period of time to police the event or patrol the event. Just pausing there to be clear, in your mind, does static mean we would like police to attend for the period of time to police an event or patrol the event?
In my mind, a request for police is for the allocation of myself or the team to allocate resources in the most appropriate way that is for the event or for the location, which is generally highly visible, mobile. If we go back a few years, foot patrolling of events. I think I said it earlier that static is not a word we use, and I think even with static shelter shifts, knowing what I know from the command currently, is that people might be tasked to a location for a period of time, but they move around. They do checks of the building, they engage with people. It's not, it's just not a terminology that I use in regards to sending our police to a static location to do static patrols. It sort of contradicts itself.
To your mind, the nature of the task for police in attendance at Chanukah by the Sea in 2025, would that fit a description of being a static police presence?
No. Attend, move around, talk to people, monitor what's going on.
You were asked questions about the email which was sent on 11 December 2025 to the two command inspectors. You recall being asked questions about that email?
Yes.
As part of your answer to those questions, you indicated that you understood that email to convey that if they needed to leave, they could.
Yes.
In that context, were they referring to the operations inspectors?
To the command inspectors on the day.
Sorry, command inspectors.
Yes.
You were asked if you considered it possible that the two command inspectors might have understood that email as saying there was no need for the crew to stay. And your answer to that was no, I don't believe that was to be the case, as police were tasked at the event. What do you mean by that?
As that the command inspector on the shift had tasked all the police to attend with specific taskings for specific people. 4 of them attended the beach event, and another crew, including myself and the inspector, were at the Dover Heights event. So what I believed was happening occurred.
When you say 4 of them, you're talking about the police who were on scene when
Yes.
the shooting commenced?
Yes.
And do you regard that as consistent with your understanding as to what they were tasked to do?
Yes.
And the fact that they were there on scene at the Chanukah by the Sea event, do you point to that as an indication that the tasking that was given was consistent with your understanding, namely that there would be a police presence for the duration?
Yes, that they were there, as well as the command inspector that gave that instruction, and another crew were attending. The command inspector was with me at the Dover Heights event when the incident occurred. So what I expected to happen had occurred.
In reference to paragraph 57E of your statement, if you could turn that up.
Yep.
There you refer to your awareness of the national terrorism threat level and information contained in various counter-terrorism and intelligence briefings and documents. By reference to that paragraph, Counsel Assisting reminded you of the ASIO holiday threat assessment for 2025 that you'd earlier been taken to, and he observed that that document clearly identified a specific risk to religious events in terms of susceptibility to a threat of terrorism over that period of time, late 2025 into 2026, and you accepted that. And I ask, in paragraph 57E, where you say none of which, so that is your awareness of information in intelligence briefings. And can I just pause to, does that include the ASIO high holiday threat assessment?
Oh yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
None of which suggested to me that there was any specific threat to any Chanukah events in the Eastern Suburbs Police Area Command. What are you there referring to by your use of the term specific threat?
That I had not been provided any direct, specific or direct intelligence targeting any of the Chanukah events in the command from Counter-Terrorism Command, State Intelligence Command, or any intelligence or information from CSG or my own intelligence team.
Subsequently, in the context of answering a question which was put to you by Counsel Assisting as to whether, in your view, it was wrong that for the operations inspector not to have suggested an approach to the region commander for further resourcing for Chanukah 2025, you said as part of your answer that in your view the planning was sound based on there being no direct threat. Your use of the term there, direct threat, is that equivalent to specific threat or something else?
Yes, equivalent.
Also, as part of your answer to that question, but elsewhere in the evidence you've given today, you've made the point that the whole shift was briefed to attend. Can I just ask you to explain what is the significance or relevance of that? Just, it was not your expectation, or was it, that more than the
It's
car
always
crew?
my expectation that any available police will be patrolling and have a high visibility policing presence around any events or high or concentrated areas of community members. That's for the Jewish community predominantly, but also for Westfield's Bondi Junction, which is another area of of concern. So if they are not responding to their calls for service, I want them to be talking to the community, being visible, chatting to community members. So the shift was briefed for all to attend, and my understanding is that whilst there were specific taskings for certain people for the two events,
Yes.
others were nearby.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes.
Those are my questions.
Superintendent, can I just take you to the document which is behind tab 3, I think, in your bundle? It is the email sent by an officer of CSG on the 8th of December 2025, including to the Eastern Suburbs Management Group, I think it is. The document number is 001.001.1381.0007. I think you told us that you had a recall of citing this document, but you did not recall reading the whole of it. But if I can now direct your attention to page 3, you will see the request for deployment of resources for the Chanukah at the Bay. I think that was an event outside your area command, is that right?
No, that's my command. That would have been Double Bay a few days later.
I'm sorry, that's Double Bay?
Yep.
Chanukah in Dudley Page, is that the Dover Heights Chanukah? And Chanukah by the beach, which was the Bondi Chanukah.
Yes.
All on the 14th of December. The officer from CSG distinguished those three events as a request for deployment of resources for the entirety of the event. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then the officer from CSG distinguished a series of other Chanukah events which were to take place on dates between the 14th and the 19th of December. And in relation to those events, CSG asked for status checks of events. Am I right in understanding that the requests were differentiated on the basis that the Chanukah at the Bay, the Chanukah at Dudley Page and the Chanukah at the beach were all to have a police presence throughout the event? That was what CSG was after?
Yes, I believe so.
And that was by way of distinction with events that CSG asked for police to make checks on the events but not necessarily to be present throughout.
Yes. I hadn't seen that commentary before, but that's what I would understand it, to monitor call by.
And just so I understand, is it your recollection and belief that the Chanukah at Bondi was one that the operations inspector had directed to have police resources present for the entirety of the event?
I believe that was his intent.
And does the same apply to the Chanukah
Yes.
at Dudley Page
Yes.
and the Chanukah at the Bay?
We would have got to that on the Monday.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's not the same
yes,
day, I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but we would have turned our mind to that.
Oh, yes. Anything arising?
There was one matter arising. Shall I deal with it now, even though we're a little after one?
I'm sorry.
I can deal with it now. It
Yeah,
won't
look,
take
I
long.
think, and then I'll allow a full hour for lunch at the conclusion of the witness.
So, Superintendent, can I take you back to your statement, please? And to paragraph 21 and 22. Your before I ask you to address those paragraphs, your evidence today to the Commission is that you had the understanding or expectation that the operations inspector had tasked police to be present for the duration of the event. Is that what you've said today?
Yes, that's what I've said.
Yeah. Can I suggest to you that you did say something different in paragraphs 21 and 22 of your statement? Do you agree with that?
If I can, so in paragraph 21, where I say this means police would be allocated tasks to attend the events as part of their shift that day.
Yes.
That is that they, as part of their, that they would be tasked to attend, and that.
Yes, but in your statement in paragraph 22, you went on to explain inferentially what that involved, because you said that this was consistent with the approach to previous years, and in previous years, as you record in the middle of that paragraph, you understood that Eastern Suburbs PAC did not have a dedicated police resource assigned for the duration of the event. You see that?
We'd had similar, so police tasked during their shift to attend the events.
I'm inviting you to accept that the evidence you gave today, including in answer to the questions in re-examination, are not consistent with what you've said in your statement in paragraphs 21 and 22. Do you agree with that?
I believe across the 3 years of events, police were tasked and allocated to attend the events.
Cool.
So similar to, so all staff were aware of the events and resources were allocated by the shifts, apart from the community team.
In paragraph 22, in the middle of the paragraph, you use the expression, "We did not have a dedicated police response assigned to attend." What does that mean?
I think I answered this earlier, in regards to Eastern Suburbs Police Area Command, we did not have a dedicated police response, but there were other resources that were attending.
What does that mean, the taskings resources? Does that mean something else?
So Eastern Suburbs Command had taskings. The events are on. Can you call by? Can you attend? As we've discussed. But because of the October 7 attacks, there was an overlay of other resources in the command.
Do you say today, now, that for 2025 you had understood the operations inspector to require a dedicated police response assigned to attend the Chanukah at Bondi?
Yes.
If that were the case, the decision in 2025 was not consistent with the way you understood it to be resourced in earlier years. Do you agree with that?
No. As in, there were other resources there in previous years.
Your understanding that, or expectation that there would be police present for the duration of the event in December 2025, I think you described earlier in your evidence, was your expectation of what you thought the operations inspector and the other officers in the PAC would implement, knowing the way you operate. Is that right?
Yes.
It wasn't recorded in any direction or instruction. Is that right?
No, nor would it generally be. In hindsight, if I I believe they know me well enough to know what my expectations are. And again, I've worked so closely with the operations inspector that he understands what my position is in regards to community safety.
And I take it there was no conversation between you and the operations inspector in December 2025 when you said to him, make sure CSG know that we'll have police there for the duration of the event. Nothing like that happened.
No, nor would I.
Right, nothing further.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Superintendent. You are excused. And I'll take the lunch break now till 2:10.
All rise.
Mr Lancaster.
Commissioner, I call Acting Deputy Commissioner McKenna.
Yes. I do. Thank you. Do take a seat.
Please state your full name.
Peter James McKenna, McKenna.
Thank you. Your address is known to the Royal Commission, and you're the Acting Deputy Commissioner of Police of the New South Wales Police Force.
I'm one of them, yes.
You're one of them. And you have made a statement dated 24 April 2026.
That's correct.
The contents of that statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Commissioner, I'll prepare a document like this morning's document with a list of documents to be tendered, and this statement will be among them.
Indeed. Yes, very well.
Your statement sets out your extensive experience in the police force. Since July 2021, you've been Assistant Commissioner.
That's correct.
Since July 2024, you've been the Commander of the Central Metropolitan Region.
Yes.
Your direct reports include 10 superintendents who are the commanders of their police area commands, including the Eastern Suburbs Police Area Command.
That's right.
You indicate in your statement that each of the commanders of each pack has the responsibility for all operational policing decisions, policing issues within their command boundary.
That's correct.
You have provided in the first part of your statement some evidence about event planning and police taskings. Can I just ask you some questions about that topic? In paragraph 15, you have said that you reviewed COPS record, the police database records, for a roughly 4-year period, and you identified 12,000 taskings by Eastern Suburbs Police Area Command and/or Operation Shelter to Jewish places and sites within the eastern suburbs?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. Now, those taskings increased after October 2023, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Yeah. And it increased markedly after that date?
Yes.
In paragraph 18, you have referred to the superintendent in charge of Eastern Suburbs, and then you have another sentence that says events of the nature described above would generally be managed as local community events at the PAC level. You see that?
Which paragraph was that, did you
It's
say?
in the middle of paragraph 18.
Yes.
Now, when you refer to events of the nature described above, you refer to some categories of events in paragraph 15, but they do seem to include both Eastern Suburbs PAC events, but also Operation Shelter events. Or the Commissioner take your reference in paragraph 18 to be to local community events?
Yes.
Yeah, all right. And so local community events would ordinarily be decisions about resourcing and allocation of police and so on would be made at the police area command level.
Yes, it just depends at which point Operation Shelter is standing up as a proactive arm of the police. When it is up as a proactive arm, it may well buy into those local events as well and value add and assist with resources. But as no doubt we'll get to, Operation Shelter has expanded and morphed back down at different times for different reasons.
Yes, right. But the process of Operation Shelter proactively inserting itself for particular events would of course depend on Operation Shelter becoming aware from some source of the events and their character.
Yes, when Operation Shelter is, I would say, expanded out with its proactive arm, it basically becomes the conduit to the Jewish community, CSG in particular, so would be aware of all events.
So could I ask you just to explain what is the distinction between a local level community event, as you've referred to it, on the one hand, which is managed at the PAC level, and events managed by the major events group on the other hand?
Yes, certainly. Well, the local event would normally be something that the local area command or police area command has the capacity and capability to manage within their own resources. It would be something that they have deemed they did not require external support for or specialist support. Often it is something that has been done historically before, and they're well aware of the tried and tested way in which they manage it. If you start to get into the major events group, well, that's what we would call our, these days, our Tier 3 events, and I know you've discussed those earlier. So that is where you need expertise in logistics, staffing, orders. You're probably bringing in other areas for threat and vulnerability assessments. You're crossing boundaries of police area commands, often regions. You bring staff in from across a number of areas. So the major events are the most significant, we would say, and the local events are, as I said, able to be handled within the capacity and capability of that command.
And you were in the hearing room a little earlier for the superintendent's evidence.
I was.
Yeah, and you confirm her evidence that there is a basket, a category of events which occur year after year, which are treated as major events. For example, New Year's Eve parties, Anzac Day functions, and the like.
That's correct.
Now, Jewish high holy days functions or celebrations are another example of events which occur annually that are treated as major events annually.
Yeah, the major events group has traditionally run the Jewish high holy days in the fact that for 10 years now, I think they've been going from 11 years, 2015, I think major events group started with those. I understand, I wasn't there, but I understand it was originally because the CSG asked them if they would be involved in that because they believed they were the most significant days on their calendar, which therefore, and cross boundaries, as we said, went across regions, needed a coordinated approach, especially with logistics and vulnerability assessments, threat assessments, and they've since just carried on in that same vein.
Before December 2025, were there other Jewish community events that were organised or managed with the involvement of the major events group?
Not that I'm aware of.
Now, for events that aren't in that category of annual events that do have the assistance from the major events group, is it right that if there's a one-off event or an event that is occurring that the PAC commander regards of particular significance, it's a matter for the PAC commander to draw that to the attention of you in the first instance, is that right?
If it was in my region, yes.
And there would be a discussion about whether more resources are regarded as appropriate or it's appropriate to get in touch with the major events group itself. Would that be the way it worked?
So sometimes a PAC commander might reach across laterally to, say, for example, the Public Order and Rights Squad, to the superintendent there and ask for some resources to assist them. That wouldn't be going outside of the scope of it being a local event. Same as Traffic and Highway Patrol Command, bringing them in. There are resources that the PAC commander can utilise if they need to and still keep it at that local event level. If it's something that they think is more significant and or may need my imprimatur or influence with other sections, then certainly they could reach in to me. If it's something that we were in agreement that probably fitted better with the major events group, well then that would be for me to negotiate with the Assistant Commissioner of the Major Events Group.
So there are those pathways for the pack commander, either to go directly to other commands or to go through you to other commands. Is that
Certainly.
right? And in terms of the structure of the police, would it be an appropriate step for a pack commander to go direct to the major events group, for example, without running it by you or going through?
No, generally they come through me.
And would the same apply to the counter-terrorism command?
For the pack commander to go to the counter-terrorism command?
Yeah.
No, it would come through me unless they were seeking advice and guidance. They might do that directly, but if it was for resources from that command, I'd certainly be involved.
Yeah. Right. Now, as you indicated, you were here when I was asking the superintendent some questions. But what you remember, I went to the escalation model, the three-tier escalation model. Can I just bring that up on the screen again? NSWPF.0001.006.1323. Now, that escalation model was a record of the threat assessment approach that you expected your pack commanders to apply in their day-to-day work?
Yeah, so just to clarify, that model has only recently been endorsed by our executive team. I heard the superintendent earlier speak about local, regional, state level.
Yes.
You can see by the diagram on the right, that's what we have always referred to it as, but this has just consolidated it into a document to explain the way in which it works.
Yes. So in 2025, as you understand it, all of your pack commanders would have had a very clear understanding of that local, regional, major events
Yes.
tiering, and you expected their decision making and the operations inspectors under them decision making to be guided by that escalation model.
Yes.
As you understand it, over the last few years in New South Wales Police, has there been any training or information sessions or the like in which the packs under your command were informed or trained about this escalation model?
Yes, this has gone out to all the staff in the Central Metropolitan region. I'd say it's gone out statewide.
When did that happen?
Originally, it was put up through our executive team for endorsement, I would say the middle of last year. It came back with some minor refinements earlier this year, but there's no doubt in my mind that operations inspectors, superintendents who are operation managers in the regions, police commanders would all be well aware of this model.
Yes. And was there any formal training or information sessions required by them to be undertaken?
There's an explanation to the model that goes with it.
A document with the written explanation?
Yes.
And so the document was provided widely, and you expected them to have read and understood it all?
Yes, and it's you wouldn't be a police area commander if you didn't understand this model. Same as region commanders, we know that when things need to escalate, we escalate for the appropriate resourcing and risk.
Yep. You'll also recall from my questions to the superintendent that I took her to two ASIO threat assessment documents.
Yes.
So one in early December 2025, the holiday period threat assessment, and the earlier one about the enduring threats to the Jewish community after the Manchester synagogue attack.
Yes.
You yourself were aware of those ASIO threat assessments at about
Certainly.
the time they were issued?
Yes.
And you would have anticipated, I withdraw that, your expectation is that all of the commanders of the packs under your control would have had a clear appreciation, if not of the detail of those documents, at least of the substance of what ASIO was saying.
Yes.
Now, the commander of the Eastern Suburbs pack has given evidence, as you would have heard, that you requested a briefing note about the Chanukah events in the Eastern Suburbs in December 2025.
Yes.
Why did you make that request?
Oh, that's just standard for events that are occurring that I thought would be of interest to the executive,
And what executive are you referring to there?
to the commissioner and the deputy commissioners.
Is it common for you to seek a briefing note about a local community event?
Yes,
How often do you do that?
all the time,
Does that mean weekly or?
weekly.
I see. And in this particular case, had you asked the Eastern Suburbs Police Area Commander for a briefing note about a community event at any other time in 2025?
Oh, I would have, absolutely. We probably get, as a region, and if I put my region commander hat on, which I should say that is the way I'm giving my evidence today, as the CMR region commander as opposed to the deputy role,
Yes.
commissioner, I would get roughly, I would say, half a dozen briefing notes every week. Obviously, Central Metropolitan region has the most protest activity in the state. We have a huge number of events right across the region, varying in scale, and yes, we ask for briefing notes.
Now, given that you did have cause to ask for a briefing note in relation to the Chanukah events, was your purpose to consider, was part of your purpose to consider whether those events should be escalated beyond Tier 1, beyond a community level event?
No.
So if that wasn't part of your purpose, was your purpose simply to get information to brief the executive with?
There was anything to do with the Jewish community post October 7, 23 is high profile. So we keep the executive aware of high profile events. It's about also showing that as the Superintendent of Eastern Suburbs and also the Superintendent of Eastern Beaches had briefed me at the meeting in Goulburn that they had local resources sufficient for what they needed to attend to those events.
So when you received the briefing note, you read and considered it?
Of course.
And when you read and considered it, is it right from your previous answer that you were not doing so for the purpose of reconsidering whether there should be more resources applied on a different tier in the escalation model?
Had I have just read it and had not already been briefed, I may well have done that, but it just consolidated my view that the commanders had both informed me that they had sufficient resources to manage those events in their areas.
And so with that understanding, you then provided the briefing note to the executive?
Yes.
For its information?
Yes.
Did you have any discussions about the contents of the briefing note with the PAC commander that you recall?
No.
Now, the Jewish High Holy Days annual celebrations and the police resources that are attributed to those days, they are, according to your statement, usually centrally organised, and under the escalation model they're regarded as Tier 3 events. Is that
Yes.
right? That means there's a collaborative approach among different commands and the counter-terrorism command is involved.
That's correct.
And that standing approach to Jewish High Holy Days shows an appreciation of a substantial security risk to large annual religious events held by the Jewish community, doesn't it?
So what it does is it shows a tried and tested model that's been happening for 10 years, originally at the request of the CSG. We understand that it crosses boundaries and resource capabilities. There are more logistics involved in that matter. Risk is something that you assess every time it comes up. So it's not a carte blanche thing you would say is the same risk level every year.
Is a material consideration in the approach to Jewish High Holy Days that there is an appreciation of the security risk to a large gathering for a religious celebration by the Jewish community in Sydney?
Certainly, and from my perspective, it is very much around community reassurance to that particular community.
Are you drawing a distinction there between community assurance and response to what's perceived as a real threat or risk?
Yes, I am.
So the position in early December 2025 was one in which you had the understanding, is this right, that ASIO had advised that there was a terrorism threat to crowded places and religious events that was probable?
That is part of their threat assessment. The first part of their threat assessment says there is no credible threat to any crowded place, gathering or religious event.
Yeah.
So when you take it all together, as opposed to out of context, it does give you a different outlook.
I accept what you say, of course, that there is more to it than the single line I put to you if one's assessing the ASIO assessment. The ASIO make very clear we have no credible information to indicate current attack planning or targeting of crowded places in Australia, including religious events over this period. So you're referring
That's correct.
to that kind of consideration. There were qualifications to that qualifications, though, weren't there, that you recall from the threat assessment?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes. Including the difficulty of detecting lone actor attacks and the like. So
Absolutely, agree.
The threat environment, for example, for Jewish High Holy Days in 2025 was such that you appreciated in the middle of that year that there was a security risk to large annual religious events held by the Jewish community. Is that right?
Can you repeat that question for me, please?
Yes. Did you, I can slightly reframe it, did you have an understanding in the middle of 2025 in respect of the Jewish High Holy Days celebration that there was a security risk to large annual religious gatherings of the Jewish community?
It depends what you call the security risk, but yes, certainly there'd been a rise in anti-Semitism. There had been an increase in graffiti, there'd been an increase in, I would say, online harassment, those sorts of things. We went through the situation of late 2024, early 2025, of some really significant violent conduct that occurred for Strikeforce Pearl, and that really put a lot of fear into that community. 100% it did, and rightly so. Those offenders were all arrested and charged. We did not see a repeat of that type of really violent offending. When I say violent, it wasn't against any persons, but actually setting vehicles on fire, premises on fire, horrific graffiti painted on areas. And quite rightly, it put that community in a great deal of fear, but Strikeforce Pearl, under our counter-terrorist and Special Tactics Command, was able to get to the bottom of that, arrest those offenders, and we saw that offending dissipate. So when you say a risk to the community, absolutely there was anti-Semitic events and incidents being recorded and reported, but not of such leading to the indication of a terrorist attack and or violence against persons in crowded places.
The ASIO threat assessment after the Manchester synagogue attack described itself as pointing out that Manchester synagogue terrorist attack highlights enduring threat to Jewish interests.
Mm.
Did you have that state of mind yourself on and after October 2025?
To a degree. you've got to understand, and like we all know this, but Australia is not the United Kingdom, Australia is not the United States, Australia is not Europe. Australia has changed since this horrific terrorist attack. The way we went about our business, the way we went about our policing has changed since that attack.
Since December last year?
Yes.
Yeah. So, in respect of the annual Chanukah event, how do you anticipate that it will change?
Oh, there's no doubt, and I heard you put that to the Superintendent. We will move to the same model that we use for the High Holy Days. But once again, I'm not saying that's necessarily about threat to the community. I'm saying that is as much about reassurance to that community as anything else.
Surely a large part of it is about the threat to the community because, correct me if I'm wrong, but for the process adopted for Jewish High Holy Days involved with the major events group a substantial process of risk and threat assessment at a formal level. In other words, not just in the mind of a particular officer, but a more formal threat assessment process.
Oh, of course.
There is that difference.
And we do that for every major event, New Year's Eve, Anzac Day, Mardi Gras, all of those.
And so far as you're aware, there was no record of any documentary threat assessment by the Eastern Suburbs Command in respect of Chanukah 2025, was there?
No.
Now, in paragraph 18 of your statement, you've referred to a table that New South Wales Police has provided to the Royal Commission in respect of resourcing for various Chanukah events, including Eastern Suburbs over time.
Yes.
And you're aware that New South Wales Police has, through its solicitors yesterday, made a correction to a previous written response that it's given to the Commission in response to written questions from the Commission.
Yes.
And that's right, thanks. The earlier response by police had said in relation to Chanukah by the Sea that the PAC had received no specific request for dedicated police resources for this event.
Yes.
And that was corrected yesterday, which accepted that an email from CSG which requested deployment of resources for the entirety of the event, for 3 events including Bondi.
Yes.
Now, are you aware of the Chief Operating Officer of CSG's evidence yesterday? Did you listen
Yes.
to that or were told about that?
I listened to it.
Now, his evidence was that he made a verbal request on the phone to the Operations Inspector of the Eastern Suburbs PAC for police presence for the duration of the Bondi event.
That was his evidence, yes.
That's his evidence. I'm talking about the Operations Inspector now, not the Superintendent.
Yes.
You agree that if that request was made, it was a second specific request by CSG for dedicated police resources for the event?
You mean his verbal request?
His verbal request would have been the second one after the email one.
Oh, well, I think that's a bit of semantics, to be honest with you. I think the first time you get to speak to them after the email and you're reaffirming what you've asked for, is it asking twice or is it just now requesting it in person?
Now, you've referred in your statement in paragraph 42 to the Public Order and Riot Squad being tasked to assist at the Eastern Suburbs Chanukah events in 2023.
Yes.
Along with the CMR-HVP unit
Yes.
and also with Operation Shelter.
Yes.
Now, were you involved in that decision making?
2023, no. No, I wasn't in my position in 2023.
Did the Public Order and Riot Squad attend in 2023 the Chanukah events with long arms? Do you know that?
No.
You don't know?
I don't know, but prior to this horrific attack on December 14th, there's never been an occasion where the Public Order and Riot Squad have overtly had long arms out.
At any event in Sydney?
Any event.
In 2024, was Operation Shelter involved in the Chanukah event at Bondi Beach?
No.
You probably heard the Superintendent say that it was her understanding that Operation Shelter was involved, but you say that was not.
Oh, she was
correct?
mistaken. Yeah.
Were you involved in any decision about the allocation of police resources to the Chanukah event at Bondi in 2024?
I don't recall being asked about that, and it doesn't. As I sit here now, I don't have the recollection of it. But Operation Shelter had scaled down to being, at that particular time, protest focused only. The issues in the Eastern Suburbs Command were being, any issues that arose in the Eastern Suburbs Command were either being dealt with within the capability and capacity of Eastern Suburbs Command or through my operations manager, who was a superintendent. We are able to move resources across to assist them, and we do that with every command on a needs basis. But no, Shelter was not set up to have that proactive arm for that particular operation.
And in December 2025, what was the condition of Operation Shelter?
December
2025, last year.
Yeah, I'd have to have a look at my statement if I could, the annexure,
Certainly.
just to refresh my memory.
Now, there are some parts of that annexure I wouldn't ask you about in a public hearing, but I can ask you, I think, that from about 10th of February this year, 10 February 2026, staff were reduced from 234 officers to 150. Is that right?
Yeah, I'll just answer your first question.
Yes.
And in December 2025, prior to the attack, Shelter had moved to a model predominantly relating to protest activity and didn't have a proactive arm as such. That reverted back to my region to assist with any proactivity that needed to go across to Eastern Suburbs or any other police area command as required.
Yes. So if the commander of the police area command for the Eastern Suburbs had in December 2025 decided that some additional resources or some additional state level assistance was required for the Chanukah celebration, she would not have been able to call on Operation Shelter because that was protest directed. Is that right?
No, you just go through my operations manager or to myself directly.
Yeah. And so there would have been a capacity to come to you to raise the need for further resources, and it wouldn't matter what label or what operation it was called, you would have found a way to provide resources.
If we believe they were
if you
required.
believed it was appropriate. Yes. And so the escalation and the de-escalation of Operation Shelter, including its condition at December 2025, wasn't any sort of constraint on the superintendent in Eastern Suburbs in terms of requesting further assistance for the event. It just meant that there wasn't Operation Shelter wasn't proactively looking to assist in respect of, for example, Jewish community events in December 2025.
No, but had we believed it was required, we could push resources across without any issue.
And so how might that have occurred? For example, if you'd, after reviewing the briefing note that you were sent, if you come to your own view about further resources being required, you might have been able to task Operation Shelter.
Verbally brief me and explained to me that they had sufficient local resources and did not require any further resources. And I was fully aware, because I worked in Central Metropolitan region, I'm across the issues that are happening in all of my police area commands, including Eastern Suburbs at the time. I knew the threat environment. I also was aware of what was happening in relation to the anti-Semitism issues. If I was, and also the ASIO threat assessment, as you had spoken of, I was aware of the high holy days that had occurred and the lack of any criminal offending. I was aware that in the eastern suburbs in particular, we did not see any movement of persons going across there and committing acts of personal violence. You put all of those things together, and I listened to a very experienced superintendent of police, two in fact, because there was Eastern Beaches commander there, who know that area better than anyone, who have excellent relationships with CSG. And so when I put all that together, I'm satisfied that that commander is across her brief and does not require any further resources.
Now, I understand from your earlier evidence that process of analysis was not something that you went through after receiving the briefing note.
No, it was something I went through at the time. I was verbally briefed.
Do you say that you did give independent consideration after receiving the briefing note or that briefing to whether or not Tier 1 community level engagement was appropriate or not?
Oh, well, when I'm reading a briefing note, again, you turn your mind to those sort of things. Of course you do, because that's just a natural progression of reading that information. I'll just make one other point on it, is that we've got excellent relationships with the CSG and have done for a long time. They've got all of our phone numbers. When I say ours, I mean my own, the executives, and the CSG will ring and let me know if they're not satisfied with a resourcing issue, and have done previously. And I've then assessed that and either remedied that or been able to ascertain through negotiation with them what might be the best outcome. So when I'm not hearing from CSG, when the commanders are telling me everything is fine because they've got the appropriate capacity and capability to resource that event, then it does put my mind somewhat at ease.
Do you know what, if anything, the executive to whom you provided the briefing note did after receiving that? Did they respond to you? Do you know any other steps that were taken?
No, on this occasion, it was pushed up for their information, and but I didn't hear back. But that's not unusual. You can imagine I'm one of 6 region commanders plus specialist commanders across the state. They would receive lots of information about what's happening across the state.
Just pardon me for a moment, please. In paragraph 43 of your statement, you have explained that prior to 14 December 2025, you say New South Wales Police operated on a specific threat response basis. Is that? What does that mean?
As I said, I think the world's changed for us since the 14th of December 2025. We certainly don't have the resources, and at that time in particular, to respond to just general threat. Okay, you bear it in mind, it's strategic, it's information that is useful, but if I go back to that ASIO document, and it says, and you'd have to read it so I get this right, but they have got no information about any specific threat to a gathering and or a religious gathering. Now, that's the first part of it. So the rest of it, when they say that rudimentary attacks are the most likely way a terrorist attack will take place, lone actor, possibly with a small group, well, we rely so heavily because of our limited resources across competing demands for specific intelligence to work with. Otherwise, if we just went to that general threat environment and, as you say, a religious gathering, including people of the Jewish faith, is probable for a terrorist attack, well, we wouldn't have those gatherings. We'd have to shut them all down because you wouldn't work in an environment that is likely to happen. But because it's so generalised, all we can do is say that we have an awareness of that as police officers. CSG have an awareness of that as the local security running an event. Event organisers have an awareness of that. So we have to have specific intelligence for us to action. Otherwise, Pitt Street Mall could have been the location of an attack. The midnight mass could have been the location of a specific attack. We just don't know and we can't guess. But I would say this, the reason I say we've now moved across is because we recognise that it has happened now, and it has happened to that community, and that community in Australia, unfortunately, has now moved to other Jewish communities around the world who have been living at threat of real and tangible terrorist attacks. We've now joined them. And that is why we've got Operation Shelter now has moved to a 24/7 tempo. It has got a significant proactive arm. We investigate and have done since 7th of December 2023, 7th of October 2023 I should say, every single anti-Semitic event that comes in, whether that's a swastika on chalk on a footpath, some paint, someone threatening someone online. We put every resource into those because we understand how significant it is to that community. We're now moving into a position where we're having for the first time ever long arms out in public. It's a different environment we're in now. We're moving to a fully armed policing squad that is going to take over from Shelter at some point going forward. The Armed Response Command, which will be all of those officers with long arms. So, and that is because of the general threat now. So that's when I say we've moved from specific to general.
And you use that expression in paragraph 43, don't you? It's now, since 14 December, effectively operating on a general threat response basis. Is that in respect of the Jewish community or more generally for the New South Wales community?
Well, significantly the Jewish community, but you know, we really do have to take consideration of the threat environment wherever we are. Again, I'll say we have limited resources. We don't just police the eastern suburbs of Sydney, obviously. We've got significant issues we're dealing with right across the state every day. The threat environment of probable, which has come up from possible for the general population, has always been a probable for us, or has been for many, many years for the police. So we work to that environment generally.
And you say in paragraph 43 that moving to that general threat response basis is a consequence of the 14 December events and also taking into account broader threats to the Jewish community.
Yes.
Does that involve an acceptance by you or by the police force that the approach prior to 14 December did not appropriately take into account broader threats to the Jewish community?
No, not at all. What I'm trying to say is that without a specific threat, you have to be able to police something that is commensurate with the environment you have. Now, for the superintendent to say, we will risk assess that, whether it be writing or otherwise, to say local resources to be there, when that would have been commensurate, in my view, of any police area commander were given the same information at that time. And in fact, if you look across all of the Chanukah events that occurred or were occurring, not only that year but previous years, across other regions, some did do written and documented risk assessments, and they all came out the same. They all came out with a high visibility policing presence. Because the threat, realistically, was more about antisocial behaviour. It was more about people coming along and perhaps disrupting the events, because that is the evidence we had at that time and intelligence that we had. The issue here, as I sit here, is not about that response. It's about how did these two men happen to be there that day and do what they did and us not know about it.
Can I go back to Annexure A, which in part identified the personnel available to Operation Shelter? And I asked you about this, but just to return to it, according to your annexure on the 10th of February 2026, staff were reduced from 234 to 150. Is that right?
Where have you got me? What date did you say?
10 Feb 2026. The first entry for that.
Sorry, excuse me.
So it's on page 5 of the spreadsheet.
Oh, yes, I see that.
So staff reduced, according to the document, without compromising security overlay. Do you know what that conveys?
Do I know what that, sorry?
Do you know what that means? What was that?
Yes, so they put together a, we would say, a more rationalised review of how staff were being used. They did this in conjunction with CSG, they did this in conjunction with community leaders, and it was about utilising the resources in a better way, bringing them into 3 distinct teams. We were at a point when Shelter commenced in this iteration following the attack, that the community, and again rightly so, was so concerned for their safety that we put massive policing numbers across there to the eastern suburbs. And unprecedented, we had police officers in other words, static came up before, but working as static guards outside schools, shops, businesses. We had roving patrols, and there wasn't a lot of science to it. It was about getting blue shirts in the streets, just making people feel safe. One of our assistant commissioners, who was tasked with reviewing that current iteration of Shelter, worked through it and came up with a model that gave far more flexibility. And in fact, since that model has come into place, because that is the current model, we've doubled our taskings. We've actually identified a lot more people who are coming into that area who may be intent on criminal offending. We've got more significant results in that respect. We have had excellent feedback from the CSG and from community leaders. The CSG are part of our weekly deployments now. They work with Operation Shelter and they discuss the issues that are coming up in the next week, fortnight, month, and they come to an agreement on the policing response to work in with CSG. So it's actually been very, very good in that respect. However, it's still very resource intense on the New South Wales Police Force. And for that reason, I know Deputy Commissioner Hudson will probably speak to this in more detail, but we are going to move towards a full-time, as I understand it, 250 person squad of the Armed Response Command, who will eventually take over from Operation Shelter and will work with the CSG and community for that ongoing protection.
And as I understand it, would not be susceptible to the escalation and de-escalation that you've described that Operation Shelter undertook over the last couple of years?
No, it'll be a full-time unit that's been guaranteed by the government, and we're in the process of recruitment right now.
Just to go back to your reference to static deployment of police, why is static deployment useful or important in particular circumstances?
It's not something we normally do. Okay, as police officers, we're not security guards as such. Normally, if someone needed static security, we would refer them to a security company. You need to organise your own, because that's not a policing role as such. But we've just come off the back of the most significant terrorist attack probably Australia has ever seen. Are we going to put static police there? Absolutely we are. If that's going to make the community feel safe and reassured, we will work with them and do that. So.
And when you use the word static, you literally mean police staying more or less in the one spot and
I mean the word literally.
Paying attention to what's going on.
Yeah, I mean the word literally.
Just pardon me for a moment, if you wouldn't. Just in terms of your description in the statement of the way some approaches of the police have changed since 14 December, in paragraph 23, you referred to the separate assessment of every event as you've described in your oral evidence today, but you also have referred to the fact that there may be deployments of officers from the Public Order and Riot Squad or the Tactical Operations Unit where the Commissioner or Deputy Commissioner believes there's a justification for having them there. Is that effectively accommodated in the escalation model that you've addressed earlier in your evidence, that from time to time there may be an assessment of a particular event such that those commands need to be drawn on?
So since December 14, the Commissioner has authorised on a case-by-case basis Public and Order and Riot Squad officers to be deployed overtly with long arms. Something we've never done before. We're doing it now at lots of major events, and it really is the prelude to the Armed Response Command coming. There's no doubt about that. The Tactical Operations Unit, who are responsible for high-risk incidents across the state of New South Wales, they're normally not a unit that would ever be proactively out with long arms. However, we may well forward stage them now as well at events that previously they might not have gone to. So they are a very limited resource, we understand that, but for community safety, public reassurance, we are now working with both of those units a lot more.
Now, I asked you a little earlier about the fact which I think you agreed with, that you weren't aware of any document containing or recording a risk assessment prepared by any officer at Eastern Suburbs in respect of Chanukah 2025. And is it right that based on your inquiries, you understand there was no record of the carrying out of any risk assessment? In other words, no documented indication that one had been carried out?
Obviously, that is a significant difference, saying no risk assessment to saying no documented risk assessment.
Yeah.
So yes, I would agree that I've not seen of any documented risk assessment.
And you might have heard my question to the Superintendent in this regard, but do you understand that there are not any sort of published guidelines or policy documents of the police that are provided to local PACs in respect of the way they should carry out risk assessment for community events?
So it might be a good time to mention to the Commissioner that we have specific rules around risk assessments for certain events, whether it's executing a search warrant, a firearms prohibition order, controlled operations, etc. There is a requirement for risk assessments. At other times, it can be discretionary depending upon the event, job, incident in front of you. New South Wales Police uses a varying range of risk assessments for different things, all probably fit for purpose, but yet we would like to move to a more sustained model where they all follow the same process. I've actually, at the Commissioner's request, have now got a project running in the Central Metropolitan region where we are using a one model risk assessment for every event, whether it be a public order event, a community event, a music festival, etc. That project is running through April and May. At the end of that, we will look to work out if there are any impediments to that need to be fixed, whether that's technologically or otherwise. And my hope is that we can roll out a consistent risk assessment process across the organisation.
And thank you for that explanation. I take it part of that answer involved an acceptance that in 2025 there was no guideline or policy document that, for example, the operations inspector at the eastern suburbs was either required or able to call upon to review for the purpose of carrying out a risk assessment.
It'd be by experience, for sure.
That rather leaves quite a large area of discretion to the particular operations inspector, doesn't it?
Well, the thing is that the police area commander, wherever they are, cannot and should not abrogate from the responsibility of understanding if there's an event in their area that they either require a risk assessment, formal risk assessment to be done for it, or they don't. Now, that discretionary basis would depend on a number of things, and I think most of them have been explained to the Commission, but not the least of which, has that event happened previously? What was the outcomes? What is the current threat environment? Is there any specific threat at the moment? Because threat assessments and risk assessments are obviously two different things. But if you have a threat assessment that says there is no specific threat at the moment, then that would influence whether you do a risk assessment or not. And I know it was spoken about earlier that no threat assessment from CT Command was completed for the Chanukah events. The threat assessment was completed in relation to the High Holy Days. It was proximate to the Chanukah events. But just because no one reached out and asked CT to complete a threat assessment doesn't mean that if they had any inkling of information, whether it be from their partners at ASIO, AFP, or through their own sources, that there was something that required a threat assessment, they would self-initiate and they would bring that to the police area commander's attention. And that's what we do. So we all work together. It doesn't matter if you ask for one or don't ask for one. CT Command, once again, would not abrogate any responsibility whatsoever if they believed a threat assessment needed to be done.
The threat or risk assessment that the operations inspector or the superintendent of Eastern Suburbs might have undertaken internally based on their experience in December 2025 would obviously have been what they call a multifactorial consideration. There are lots of different things to take into account. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And isn't the surest way to make sure that nothing is overlooked, or at least one way to reduce the possibility that things are overlooked, is to have some sort of guideline or process in place for the way those risk assessments are carried out, even for local community events.
Yeah, I wouldn't argue with that, and I wouldn't sit here and say that best practice is not to do formal risk assessments, but we can't do them for every event. We would be tied up doing paperwork for things that we can't possibly achieve.
I accept that. Commissioner, I don't have any further questions.
Yes. Anything from the Commonwealth?
No questions.
Mr. Swire?
No.
Ms. Callan?
Just one topic, thank you, Commissioner. Deputy Commissioner McKenna, you were asked some questions and you've given evidence about the use of long arms by police within New South Wales and the different position as it pertained before and after 14 December 2025. You recall giving evidence on that topic?
Yes.
Is it correct you were present in court earlier when the commander of Eastern Suburbs PAC explained in response to a question about options available to her, for instance, to request specialist attendance by police with long arms? She explained that she would have needed to make a request through a number of levels and it required approval from senior officers at the Deputy Commissioner level. Does that accord with your understanding?
It's Deputy Commissioner level to carry the long arms in the vehicle and Commissioner level to have the long arms outside of the vehicle.
So it was open and it is, prior to the 14th of December, that request could be made to seek the approval through that those levels of the command within the New South Wales Police Force structure?
Certainly it could. It is my understanding and experience that it is very unlikely that would have been approved.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Callan. Anything arising?
No, thank you, Deputy Commissioner.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner, as the next witness, I call Assistant Commissioner Cook.
Yes.
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner. Yes.
Please state your full name.
Scott Anthony Cook.
Your address is known to the Royal Commission. Your position is Commander of the State Crime Command of the New South Wales Police,
That's correct.
and you hold the rank of Assistant Commissioner of Police.
That's correct.
You've made a statement of 24 April 2026.
That's correct.
The contents of that statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, there was some minor amendments that were sent through to the Commission, but with those amendments, yes.
Okay, well, assume that they've been taken on board, so perhaps we can progress, and in the now usual way, Commissioner, I'll tender that
Yes.
statement later.
Yes, well, that's noted.
Assistant Commissioner, you have held the position of Commander of the State Crime Command since April 25.
Correct?
That is April 2025.
Yes.
Your extensive experience in the police force is also set out in your statement, but among other positions you previously held that of Deputy Commissioner of Investigations and Counter-terrorism.
In a relieving capacity, yes.
Thank you. And you're currently the Chair of the New South Wales Joint Management Group.
Correct.
What is the function of that group?
The Joint Management Group oversees serious and organised crime investigations in New South Wales and ensures collaboration with Commonwealth and state partners around the investigation of serious and organised crime.
So does the group itself have other jurisdiction members, or is the group that part of the New South Wales Police that engages with the other jurisdictions?
No, it has members of other jurisdictions sitting in the group, and I chair that group.
Your statement addresses a number of specific questions asked of New South Wales Police by the Commission, and thank you for your statement. The first area I wish to ask you about is the ASIO consultation with ASIO.
Yes.
And the first of the questions you address is the extent to which New South Wales Police received consultations or advice from Commonwealth departments and agencies, including ASIO, in respect of ASIO raising the national terrorism threat level from possible to probable in August 2024.
That's correct.
And you refer in paragraph 19 of your statement to the raising of that level on 5 August 2024.
Yes.
And you refer to a video conference that was held, that you attended on 1 August 2024 with representatives of ASIO.
That's correct.
And you say that was the only time that ASIO consulted with New South Wales Police in respect of the raising of the terrorism threat level?
That's correct.
At the time of the video conference on the 1st of August, were you given any document by ASIO at that time?
Not from recollection. The documents we received were post the threat assessment, the threat level being raised.
Yes. So in paragraph 20, you've said beyond that video conference, New South Wales Police Force was not consulted. You see that?
Yes.
So when you refer to New South Wales Police Force, does that reflect that you have made inquiries within the force on that topic, and you say that the only consultation with ASIO before raising of the level with any member of the police force was one video conference on 1 August 2024?
That's correct.
Now, on the 5th of August, you personally attended a meeting of the NCM,
Yes.
and it was attended by other representatives of state and Commonwealth agencies and law
Correct.
enforcement bodies.
Yes.
And that was the day on which ASIO confirmed the meeting and then announced to the public that it was raising the level.
Correct.
And there was a press conference that you refer to. And then in paragraph 22, you say that you then received 3 threat assessment documents at different classifications under the Commonwealth system in respect of the raising of the level.
That's correct.
And in paragraph 23, you say there was no subsequent consultation or briefing between New South Wales Police and ASIO.
That's correct.
And again, is that a result of inquiries that you've made within the force as to what consultations there were?
That's correct.
All right. Now, your statement, paragraph 24 and 25, also refers to some communications about the change in the level from, I think, the Department of Home Affairs Media Unit and from an acronym that I've presently forgotten, PISC.
PSAC, yes.
What's the PISC?
It's public information. I don't know what the S for. Centre.
We're in the same.
Yeah,
we're in
yeah.
the same boat.
It's public information.
Public Information Subcommittee of the
Yes.
ANZ
Thank you.
Counter-terrorism
Yes.
Committee. But those weren't ASIO publications. They were explainers, as it were, to the public from other bodies about what ASIO was doing.
That's correct.
Did you or anyone else from the New South Wales Police, to your recollection, request any further meetings with ASIO to understand the reasons for the change or the implications of the change of the terrorism threat level?
Not that I'm aware of.
Was that, for your part, because you thought the ASIO threat assessment document explaining the change was perfectly clear and didn't require any further consultation, or what was the reason you didn't?
I'm certain that we would agree with the level that was articulated and the threat assessment we're provided with.
Right. So read, understood and agreed with it and didn't regard further consultation as required?
Insofar as I was concerned, yes.
Do you have the view that there should have been greater consultation before the event between ASIO and New South Wales Police in respect of the raising of the level?
The raising of the level is entirely a matter for ASIO. And so we would not necessarily expect further consultation. Of course, if ASIO was a mind to engage in further consultation, we would absolutely be part of that and engage in that. But it's a matter for ASIO in terms of the threat level that they set for the nation.
Would it not be of benefit to the New South Wales Police Force to get a briefing or a consultation with ASIO as far in advance as ASIO was able to give it, so that New South Wales Police understood what was coming and the reasons for what was coming?
Yes, that would be absolutely beneficial, and if ASIO was seeking feedback on what they propose, that would also allow sufficient time for that to occur. But again, that's a matter for ASIO.
Can I ask for how long after August 2024 did you remain in the position of Deputy Commissioner of Investigations and Counter-Terrorism for the force?
I don't know the answer to that question off the top of my head. I can get you the answer. I relieved on and off in that position on several occasions over a number of years. So I'm not sure how long after. It would have been a few weeks, I think.
I see. Right. If it had been you think it was a matter of a couple of weeks?
Somewhere between 2 to 4 weeks.
I see. In that short period, were there other occasions on which you or other members of the police force, to your knowledge, met with ASIO to consult about threat level, threat assessment generally?
No.
Can I ask you some questions now about another topic of your statement, the great bulk of the detail of which can't be discussed in public hearing, but thank you for setting out the detail in that statement. I am able to ask you some questions about the emergency response of New South Wales Police on 14 December based on your review or the New South Wales Police review of information contained by it. I'll ask you some specific questions rather than ask you to give a detailed description, but what material did you review for the purpose of that summary that you provide in your statement?
The Senior Critical Incident Investigator is currently working on the matter for a critical incident investigation, which I can explain if you like. Essentially, he's working on behalf of the coroner. He's overseen by the LEC, which is the Law Enforcement Conduct Commission, in terms of determining what New South Wales Police did in terms of this particular incident. He's working through that, and as a consequence of his engagement with the investigation team from Counter-Terrorism Command and this commission to some degree, he's put together a chronology of events that occurred, and they are annexed to my statement. So it's a mixture of information that's been collected. The Senior Critical Incident Investigation will continue post this Royal Commission and post the police prosecution, and it will look at all the material that's available to him as the SCI and to the organisation to consider what we do going forward in some respects. So the information that he has been provided to me to form the basis of this chronology and the statement.
Yes, thank you. And you do make the observation that further information could still come to light because that investigation is ongoing.
Correct. This is a point in time in terms of my statement. It may well change, and aspects of it may well change depending on where that investigation goes in due course.
Now, from paragraph 37 and following, you set out some of the facts of the emergency response, but at the time of the shooting began on 14 December 2025, how many New South Wales police officers were there in Archer Park?
There were 4.
And were those officers general duties officers or other sorts of officers?
My understanding was they were general duties officers.
Connected with the Eastern Suburbs Police Area Command?
Correct.
Are you able to say how many fatalities or casualties occurred at the very start of the attack within the first 30 seconds?
In the first 30 seconds, 11 people were shot. 10 of those people were fatal.
How quickly was the attack reported to New South Wales Police, that is outside of the 4 that were in the Archer Park?
I'm sorry, can you just ask that question again?
Yes. I think you addressed it in paragraph 116. How quickly was the attack reported to New South Wales Police, that is police other than the 4 who were at the location?
It was almost immediately from recollection. The police officers broadcast almost immediately about the attack over the police network. Is that the question you're asking in paragraph 116?
Yes.
Yes, almost immediately at 18:42, 44 seconds.
Just while we're dealing with seconds, Assistant Commissioner, your earlier evidence about the 11 persons who were shot, 10 fatally, according to the timeline, was that within 29 seconds?
It may have been that particular. I think I said 30 seconds in my statement, but 29 may be accurate. Yes, I'd have to check.
Yeah, I think if you look at your statement at paragraph 38, I think it is 29 seconds.
Yes, I stand corrected there. Thank you, Commissioner.
I'm sorry if I may have misled you. I may have said 30. But, Assistant Commissioner, staying on 116, if you could just identify how that communication raising the first alert of the attack was communicated to police?
It was communicated through the police radio network.
How long was it before one of the shooters was shot by police?
Recollection, it was 4 minutes. If you don't mind, I'll just double check. 4 minutes and 55 seconds was when one of them was fatally shot, and 7 minutes and 41 seconds before the second one was shot and apprehended.
When that occurred, how many New South Wales police were at the scene by that point?
My recollection is at 11.
So 4 officers having been in Archer Park at the start, 7 had responded within that time frame to join them there.
That's correct.
Now, we know officers were injured in the course of the attack. How many were injured?
3 from recollection.
And a variety of specialist commands were deployed to Bondi in response to the attack.
That's correct.
Can you identify which commands they were?
Certainly. The Tactical Operations Group and Tactical Operations Unit were deployed. Yes. Public Order and Riot Squad deployed. Police Rescue and Bomb Disposal Unit was deployed. Terrorism Security Intelligence Unit was deployed. Police Aviation Command was deployed. Family Liaison Officers were deployed. The State Crime Command was deployed. Forensic Evidence and Technical Services Officers were deployed. Traffic and Highway were deployed. And then I think that sums it up in the period of the emergency response.
Yes. I won't ask you about the timing and details of those deployed command operations in public hearing. Just pardon me a moment. You mentioned the source of some of the information in your statement was from an ongoing critical incident investigation. Could you explain the purpose of a critical incident investigation?
Certainly, the New South Wales Police Force operates under the auspices of the LEC, requiring a critical incident investigation to be conducted in a certain way with their oversight. In general terms, a critical incident investigation is investigation undertaken when a person dies or is seriously injured as the result of police using deadly force, using appointments, using force more generally, and also through the course of a police operation. A region commander, in this case Assistant Commissioner McKenna, has responsibility of declaring or not declaring a critical incident. In this case, he did declare a critical incident that enlivens the LEC Act. It enlivens the coronial jurisdiction. The purpose of a critical incident investigation is to provide the coroner with what the coroner needs and under the direction of the coroner in terms of finding manner and cause of death in circumstances that exist. It also allows the LEC to undertake oversight and provide a final report to Parliament around the conduct of that investigation and the integrity of that investigation. It also has an internal mechanism or purpose, which is so that the New South Wales Police Force can learn from its errors, identify shortcomings and make changes to ensure that we continue to develop as an agency and continue to improve in what we do. Including for the purpose of responding to future attacks? Correct.
there are two issues that the critical incident investigation has identified in that respect, in terms of improvements that can be made for responding to future attacks.
That's correct.
Are you able to identify what those two are?
The first one is long arms for police. You've already heard from other witnesses about that, and I'm sure you'll hear more about the armed response command. But essentially, the gunfire differential ratio between police firearms and long arms is significant. It was clearly identified as one of the items that we need to address, and is being addressed. The second...
And can I just ask one question about that? Is the thinking behind that, if you know, that long arm weapons offer higher accuracy and range and power than standard issue firearms?
That's correct.
Right. And then you were going to identify the second?
The second was in regards to our active armed defender training, and the need to review that training and perhaps reinforce it with members of the organisation. And that is also something that's been addressed and is currently being considered by the relevant parts of the organisation.
So that's been addressed. Topic that I wish to ask you about, Assistant Commissioner, is the Beatson review. And this, I need to take you back a couple of years. You were the Assistant Commissioner leading the Police Prosecutions and Licensing Enforcement Command between 2019 and 2022.
That's correct.
That command includes the Firearms Registry.
It does.
During that time, did you arrange for a review of the Firearms Registry by Mr. Christopher Beatson?
I did.
Who was Mr. Beatson?
Mr. Beatson was a former director of the Police Link and Police Assistance Line and Communications area in the New South Wales Police Force. So when people call the New South Wales Police or 000 or Crime Stoppers, or go online and make inquiries about police, the business unit within the organisation that handles all of that was led and established by Mr. Beatson.
And why did you arrange a review of the Firearms Registry by him?
The Police Prosecutions and Licensing Enforcement Command didn't exist prior to 2019.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
It didn't exist prior to the 2019. It was I established the command at the direction of the Commissioner at the time. The Firearms Registry was a standalone business unit within the organisation with no support, no oversight by a specialist command, no alignment in the organisation. The Firearms Registry, as part of that, and some other commands were brought together. An additional command was created in terms of legal advocacy and other things. So there's now 4 parts to the police enforcement licensing command. But the registry was a considerable issue for the organisation, flowing on from the coronial inquest into the Edwards matter. That coronial inquest made significant recommendations and found significant failings within the registry, and so the registry commander at the time had tried to put matters into place to address some of those issues. The changes that were made in 2019 to the registry were considered, and the purpose of the Beatson Review was to do a whole of business review of all the activities of the registry and how it operated, and make recommendations.
And the review occurred in 2021 or thereabouts?
I think it started at the end of 2020 and proceeded into early 2021. I think
Yeah.
Mr. Beatson was there for about 6 months.
Do you recall that as a result of that review there was a police business improvement team recommendation that some changes be made to the roles in the firearm agency in 2021?
Wholesale changes, yes.
Yes. One of the particular changes was to remove the role of the intelligence analyst in the firearms registry.
That's correct.
Do you recall why that recommendation was made or why that occurred?
An assessment of what the intelligence analyst was doing and the functions that position was facilitating for the registry was determined to be not much. The better option for the registry at that time was to establish a business analytical capability to understand and allow for continuous improvement within the registry, and provide clearer data and other things. The intelligence position was essentially being used for the Commissioner's delegation, or the Commissioner's revocation and or refusal for licences. That delegation is only with the Commissioner, and as such that position would provide reports and assessments to the Commissioner to enact that part of the legislation. It was also involved in other things ad hoc around the registry, but essentially there was better ways to do business, and so when that position was ultimately folded, any capability gap that may have arisen as a result of that was offset through a whole range of other measures which I can take you through. For example, the establishment of the Crimea intelligence system that all adjudicators in the registry now use, a decision-making tool for the adjudicators in the registry, basic intelligence training for every single person in the registry so they understand how to assess intelligence in the course of their duties. And also an undertaking by the State Intelligence Command to support the registry in its applications to the Commissioner for intelligence-based refusals or intelligence-based revocations.
Yes. So if I can, I'm grateful for that explanation. I'll just take it back a couple of steps. So if I can go to a document arising from the Beatson Review, it's NSWPF.0001.001.3426. And you recognise that as a recommendation document in respect of a proposal for what's called the realignment of the structure, roles and responsibilities of the registry?
That's correct.
And then if the operator could please go forward to page _0006, paragraph 42, the foot of the page. The text there seems to reflect what you've just said to the Commissioner, namely your reference to that position doing not much was described here as being underutilised.
Yes.
Now, and then in paragraph 43 it's recorded that the proposed structure moves that role into a different team and repurposes it as an analyst.
That's correct.
So that's still one of the teams within the firearms registry.
That's correct.
But the intelligence officer position became an analyst position in that other team.
Correct.
Now this was a recommendation that you endorsed.
I did.
And that's on page _0010, just for the record. See the top third of the page there. Page _10. So Now, do I understand from your answer that you previously that you do accept that it's important for the firearms registry to be equipped with a capacity from some source to be able to review and understand intelligence relevant to applicants and to licensees?
Correct.
And in 2021, is it right that you received feedback raising concerns about the removal of the intelligence analyst position?
That's true.
And the proposal at the time in 2021 was that if there were specific intelligence needs of people in the firearms registry, that would be met by the State Intelligence Command?
That relates to the Commissioner's refusals and revocations process, yes.
Right. And then is it fair to say that the State Intelligence Command was not able to provide, that is not in a position to provide the level of assistance in terms of specific intelligence assessments for the general work of the firearms registry?
No, the intent there was to train the adjudicators to such a level that they could do that across the board.
I see. So the way of meeting the necessity that the firearms registry staff have an intelligence function after this intelligence analyst position was removed was to focus on the adjudicators and give them more training in intelligence analysis.
Yeah, building broader capacity across the whole business.
All right. And was that put in place in 21 or 22?
As far as I know, I left in 2022, and well, it was to be put in place. I don't know post 2022 or not.
Yeah. Now, are you aware that the intelligence analyst position in the firearms registry was reinstated in 2023?
That's my understanding, yes.
Yeah. And Assistant Commissioner Hayward has given some evidence about the benefits of having an embedded intelligence capacity in the firearms registry. Are you aware of that evidence?
I'm not aware of the specific reasoning there, but as I understand it, the focus of the registry at the moment, has been to produce more intelligence products as a result of the data that's now held as a consequence of the changes that were made to gun safe and improvement in data collection that the registry now has.
Do you agree that it's important to have an embedded intelligence capacity in a firearms registry in respect of applicants and licensees?
There's no doubt about that, and that was the intent with providing all the training to all of the adjudicators, so that was not just embedded, but that was spread across the entire business.
In retrospect, that removal of the intelligence analyst position, was that something that in retrospect should not have occurred?
Not for the time, but of course the intent there was to continue to evolve the registry in terms of its business improvements, and it's not surprising that it's been identified that there's new uses for analysts at the registry, and that's been applied. And so it was never the intent that it was a final fait accompli around the structure of the registry. And in fact, if you look closely at the structure of the registry at the time, it had a business improvement capability project team and business analysts that was specifically put there to ensure continuous improvement at the registry. And so it's not surprising, and there's nothing that I would disagree with in terms of doing so.
You agreed with my suggestion based on information the Commission has that the intelligence analyst position was reinstated in 2023. As I understand it, a person was only appointed to fill that function last year. Is that your understanding?
I don't know exactly. I would have to check the paperwork again about when that person was appointed. As I understand it, there's more than that. My understanding was that it's now progressed to further than a single one.
I see. Thank you. We might make some further inquiries about that. Thank you. No further questions.
Yes. Anything from the Commonwealth?
No, nothing, Commissioner.
Mr. Swire? Ms. Cowan?
Thank you. Assistant Commissioner Cook, you were just asked some questions about the point in time emerging from the Beatson review and the subsequent work of the business improvement team, when the position of the senior intelligence analyst was removed from the firearms registry, you referred in your evidence to the intelligence analyst role at the time being used for the Commissioner's revocation and refusal. And I think subsequently also referred to the State Intelligence Command supporting the registry for applications for the Commissioner in respect of intelligence-based refusals and revocations. Could I show you, please, an extract from the Firearms Act 1996 with some copies as well for the Commissioner? Do you see this extract that I've just provided to you includes section 11, and if you go over to, it's within the extract, the last page, so it's page 27 of 108 as printed. Do you see that there?
Yes.
So section 11, subsection 5, capital A,
Yes.
refers to a licence must not be issued to a person if the Commissioner is of the opinion, having regard to any criminal intelligence report or other criminal information held in relation to the person, that the person is a risk to public safety and the issuing of the licence would be contrary to the public interest.
Yes.
Is that the statutory provision that you're referring to where you speak about a Commissioner's refusal or revocation?
That is, yes.
So it seems from answers to questions otherwise put by counsel assisting that you, when you were in the role as commander of the PPELC from establishing it in 2019, that you recognised that there was a need for adjudicators within the firearms registry to be able to assess and make relevant decisions informed by relevant intelligence held by the police?
Absolutely, yes.
So when you talk about there being a better option for how intelligence is considered by the adjudicators, is it in that respect that you speak of the provision of basic intelligence training for the adjudicators?
Yes, that's right.
And the use of the Chimera system as a decision-making tool to aid them in that respect?
That's correct.
To your understanding, do you have an understanding of approximately how many matters were the subject of the Section 11.5A determination at the time the senior intelligence analyst position was in place when the Beatson review was underway?
About 4 or 5 a year.
Otherwise, did you have an understanding was that a volume that warranted a full-time attention?
No.
Otherwise, did you have an understanding as to what the senior intelligence analyst was doing?
It seemed at the time, based on the review, that the senior analyst was providing ad hoc advice to people in the firearms registry, and otherwise assisting wherever possible in terms of any intelligence function that may arise.
Would you regard that as a useful contribution to be made by that person?
Absolutely, it's useful. It's just not structured and organised.
Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Callan. Anything arising?
Nothing arising, thank you, Commissioner.
Is Assistant Commissioner Cook coming back in the closed sessions?
Not as I
No.
presently plan.
Very well. In that case,
Thank
you'll
you.
be delighted to know you're excused.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And, I think that completes the evidence for the day, does it not, Mr Lancaster? Yes. I'll adjourn the Commission until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.